tired. I've been on this plantation all my life. I've been enslaved all my life. I'm tired of being pushed and pulled. I'm tired of the master doing his bidding. I want to leave.
You done this to yourself, Pats.
You know why we're not afraid? What? He's great in Turban. Turban's destruction. Y'all think it come back in all peace? You got another thing coming. So we out here fighting for our brother. We ain't marching saying, yes, we can. No justice, no peace. Go! Fight for your sons and your daughters.
I'm not wrapped too tight. Got 400 years on my back. I'm angry dog. I'm black like that. Won't contact with you whites. And all the niggas I stand here with, they share my same sentiment. I'm fucked up tonight. Won't kill my brothers no more. Want all the smoke, motherfucker popo. This is my battle cry. Oh! Isaiah 14:21, that ancient version of that gun that swore. They stole our name, they stole our shit. We real Judites, motherfucker Jewish. We lords. Generals, arm your soldiers. We fight tonight like we supposed to. They inherited lies. I'm referring to all whites. I'm referring to riches, white privilege given through genocide. And they gotta pay for that. God say Jacob gon' take it back. I cry aloud, I spare not. This good bread, my share crop. This lily grew through concrete. We march to our own drum beat. We the chosen. No inclination to kick it with y'all. Raise Babylon to the ground, then watch it fall. Obadiah said you'll be wiped up for theft. These are just words, worry about what come next. It's for Negros, Latinos, we better than all, not equal. My natives no red dot that feather. Mi primo be smooth like that leather. Until it's time to bring the war dogs out, put the headdress on. War paint and I'm not wrapped too tight. Got 400 years on my back. I'm angry dog, I'm black like that. Won't contact with you whites. And all the niggas I stand here with, they share my same sentiment. I'm fucked up tonight. Won't kill my brothers no more. Want all the smoke, motherfucker popo. This is my battle cry. I got the spirit of grandfathers past. Front porch sitters, Nat Turner dangerous. A real life illustration of angry and Nat painting. Of Malcolm staring out the window with patience. One hand on the curtain, right hand on the AK spits. 47 rounds, all to bring down Satan. Same way Abel was killed by Cain. This will be an introduction from the fuck shit into the fire. Probably join the list of artists who died before they retired. Most High said I'm hired. Sire will never spit a line aimed at my kind, less meant to uplift. Toughness will be redefined in my rhymes. A squad of men with the spirit of God, with an affinity to point their weapons not at the brethren but at the enemy. Khaki colored kids, baptized in the flames of combat fashioned. In the trap we escaped, our fate was to be great and noble. Moses reincarnate, so be hopeful and know I bring word from A and O to Pharaoh and white folk, let my people go, cause that's my battle cry.
All right. Most High bless, Most High bless, Most High bless. Like I used to say a long time ago, Abba Nawa Yahawah Bahashim Ha Mashayach Yahawashi. It's your brother Qanath and my two dear brothers, Shasham and JT. Okay, so we're here to have an open discussion about so-called Northern Kingdom. We had an open discussion about OT. You know, we're going back to the basics. We're going to put the pedal to the metal.
Hey, Shalom, Mark. I'm here. I'm sorry. I was
No, it's all right. It's all right.
Shaw, what's up?
Right. Shalom, Lima Star, King Judah, big salute, Naphtali, Shadow Israel, Most High bless. Shalom to everybody.
Most High bless, Lima Star, King Judah, Naphtali. Let me scroll up or down. Everybody that's not on the board, Most High bless you too. Keep Jacob, Shalom. RM, Shalom, Most High bless all of y'all, man. And let me say this to my beloved two sisters and my beloved brother. But I see them on other channels all the time, repping folk, man. Trust me, I see y'all, man. I see y'all, you know, especially the other day on the comment board. I saw y'all on Judah Nash platform repping, and oh, no doubt, man. Most High bless. So I think JJ 7000 may be coming on. What we doing, man, we being Christ-like. You know, we forgiving our brothers and sisters, and you know, they apologize to us, and we apologize to them. But we're trying to have a true open dialogue about a lot of stuff. You know, I noticed, truth be told, we just been kicking everybody behind, man. You know, kicking everybody behind, and
we got somebody.
They've been running, so we fought.
I don't know who this is.
I don't know who it is either. Can you show us your face, big brother? Is that okay? I see showing part of his face. Okay, all right. Oh, I think I've seen him one time before.
Yeah, I think we've seen him before. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. So you kind of threw me off track there. But yeah. So we're just trying to get back to the base. But I noticed back in people that's been running. So we have had a few brothers challenge us from
tour nights,
Hispanic community, tour nights.
Community. Well, they didn't challenge us. We accepted the challenge. So I don't want to say that. I misquoted. So I'm gonna take that.
Yeah.
Tour nights.
Yeah. I'm from Texas, and
hold on, brother. So overall, man, we got respect for. I don't care who it is, man. We got respect for everybody. You know what I mean? At the end of the day,
not me. I am still blocked.
So, who's that?
Oh, you. That's the brother. He asked me, "Can you unblock him off the chat board?" Don Dudder. I forgot his name. He's in the chat. What's your name again? The one that he was disrespectful, but he hit me and apologized. Told me to tell you he apologized. He was just in his emotions during the time where he apologized. He asked them to not be blocked. Type your name in on the comment board so I can look you up. He did ask me to ask you, Qanath. The guy right here.
Go ahead.
He did ask me to ask you to unblock him. I think we friends on Facebook, but he
go ahead. All right.
Just type whatever name it is in the chat so we can look it up. Go ahead, Qanath.
He said he's still blocked. Okay, yeah. So overall, man, that's what we doing. JT is back on, man. Bring that fire. So it's an open platform for anybody, whether you're Hispanic or so-called black, white. We don't care if you want to talk about what what's the title show again, Shan?
Negro only versus so-called Northern Kingdom.
Right. So that's an open discussion for anybody in One West, not in One West, to have that open dialogue. Right. Here's your opportunity. You know, we've been doing this, man, like on steroids, knocking down a lot of doctrines with our brother Yehuda, our brother Kahan, Gavin, our sister Naphtali, and many, many more. You know, this is a whole lot, man. All of y'all know who y'all are. You know, so Most High bless all of y'all, man. Go ahead, Shashem.
Don P, what's good, man?
Don P in there too. Okay, go ahead, JT.
Can you hear me?
Open up a system before we go in. JT. I don't know what happened. All right, what's up, Most High bless, Don? I can't see the brother again. Elijah, Most High bless, brother. You got something to say?
Yeah, I'm from Texas, so you know it's a lot of Mexicans, Hispanics, and I think they're listening to these Israelites, and I don't know. It's just
How can you okay, let me ask you a question. How old are you?
20.
You're 20?
Yeah.
So you was basically born in or basically being raised around Hispanics, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I would tell you 30 years ago, right? Or actually about 40 years ago, it was rare to see an Hispanic on the East Coast. Or let's say a Mexican, because Mexican is more closer to any other South American countries. On the East Coast, you will mostly see Puerto Rican, cut and dry.
And Dominican.
Now, yeah, Dominican. Yeah, and that's mostly in New York, Jersey, but more so in New York. Down, I don't know if you know geography like that, but down from
I heard about that.
Yeah, so you didn't really. It was, I would say, in the 80s, the population of the Hispanic community was 5 million, and so-called blacks was like 35 million, and then there was other people, you know. And this is not to like shoot down Hispanics or black, white, anybody, but I'm just telling you the population. However, anybody want to serve the Father, man, that's on them, nothing to do with it. But the Most High chose us first, point blank.
Yeah, definitely. But I think they don't understand. Like a lot of Hispanics are racist, and
Now, can give us an example why you say that you're 20 years old and you live in Texas? Why you say they racist?
Just
on this program, you can't say you got to give an example, right? You got to give me why you say they racist. In what fashion? Is it hiring practices? Is it they speak English, but when they're around you, they speak Spanish?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I mean, what
can I give him an example
that you would say that?
I mean, I remember when I had a Hispanic friend, and his older brother, he said some racist shit in Spanish, and he told me to his,
Did you go back and whip his ass? Did you go back and whip his ass?
Well, he was taller than me, so I was just like,
oh, no, brother. We can't have that tall, short shit. Listen, you a strong black man. We don't believe in that.
Yeah, of course, but he was with.
Listen,
but
brother,
his brother, his stepbrother was. I get it, but he was with that was his stepbrother, and he was with his friend. So like, I wasn't really just finna just get mad and just start swinging off, you know.
Let me give you some history, brother. You ever see the civil rights movement in the 60s?
Nah.
Film on TV.
You need to watch that, right? Because they were outnumbered. They had hose, right? Water hose, fire water hose, dogs, right? And guns and batons, and they were outnumbered, and they stood there and fought and got beat, killed, hung, humiliated, and everything. Jaw broke, in prison for years, right? Just for you to have a chance to be on this internet. You know what I mean? So in life, growing up as a child, when I was in school, they tried to bully me. It could be a group of guys, right? You just kick one of them ass, brother. I got jumped before, right? Now, you got to be mindful now. At times it's got a little dangerous, you know, but hey, vengeance of the Lord, man, but don't let nobody do that to you ever again, bro. I don't care who it is. I'm not promoting violence, but don't ever let nobody, because you're the most powerful man on the planet Earth, right? The strongest hair, the strongest voice. Nobody has bass in their voice like the black man. Baritone. You know what I mean? Nobody can yell as loud as we can, sing better as we can, create better as we can, right? Nobody can go through atrocities that we can and still survive, brother. Right? We outnumber most nations on the planet Earth, right?
Salt of the earth.
You know, so and we still in captivity because of the Lord, right? But nobody outdo us, bro. You know what I mean? So yeah, but the racist shit, nah, man. Don't let that happen to you.
Yeah, that's why
go ahead.
Nephew, you gotta stay ready.
Go ahead.
You gotta stay ready. So you don't have to get ready.
Yeah.
My mama told me that you need your hands to work with, son. So don't use them. When I walk up out the crib, I got legal tools all the way around me, bro. Left hip, right hip, and a body cam. So when it go down, my vehicle got 360 degree cams. So if I got to put it on your ass, the camera's coming on, and you about to get lit up. See, now you 18, right? Or did you say you was 20?
20.
Yeah, I was 20.
20. So you got, when's your birthday?
October the 12th, 2001.
Okay, so you got about 6 months. You got about 6 months. You need to go on. You in Texas? Go and get you one of them things. You know, if you're a level-headed man, if you're not a level-headed man, don't, because that's just gonna be trouble. Get what I got. Legal stuff that'll get them off you. Because when a couple of them, the white homeless young dudes try to jump on my old ass, they got a surprise.
They try to jump on you, Don P?
What's that? Yeah, they try to jump on me. Yeah, it was two homeless young white dudes with skateboards and dogs. Everybody got it.
You put that Godfather on them, huh?
The dogs got it.
Let me say this real quick. We're not promoting no violence, but we really want to have
protection.
A biblical
yeah, of course.
But you know what I mean? We just let you know, man. On FOPE, right? We instead of saying
Don Dutta, you is not blocked on the chat. Your name is not on the block list. I just looked. So I don't know what you're talking about, but you're not on the block list. I don't see it there. That's all I wanted to say.
When he got blocked, was he blocked because he came on with us chatting or because of what he said in the comment?
I think it's something he said on the show. He was on the show, and I think he got into it with Yehuda or something. I'm not sure. Or might have said something.
What was the doctrine? Put in the chat. What was the doctrine that you got? What was it?
I think it was some Old Testament stuff, but he's not. I don't see his name on the block list at all. So I don't see it there. Just don't see it. Like,
but we having an open dialogue on OT tonight and Hispanic tonight, bro.
Yeah, I don't really see. That's why I don't really see them as Israelites, because they're gentrifying my neighborhood. You know, like the Hispanics.
Really?
Like they're gentrifying my neighborhood.
I'm glad you came on. Explain. Okay, let's get down to it, brothers.
Let's get it.
Let me take this off here. Hey, who's in the back? Who's in the back room, Sam? I can't see.
Somebody named Israel Judah. Hold on. Hey brother, Israel Judah. We ain't never seen you on here before. Can you show your face or let us know who you is? If you're Hispanic, black, we don't know. Just a policy about it.
Let me say this because
hold on.
You know, they always say
he turned this camera on.
I see him too, Sam. I see it too. Don't wait till he show his face. We're not going for that no more of that. Wait till he show his face. No, Sam, I don't see his face. You see his face?
Something going on with the camera.
Still spinning.
Well, take him off. Hey, take him off the big screen. Put him in the back room till he show his face.
Okay.
Put him in the back room till he show his face. We're not going no more. Come on, with that nigga shit no more. We're not going for that no more. All right. Now, show your face in the back room. We let you on. Now, check this out. Now, brother, I want you to explain something to us, man, because this is very important. I'm gonna give you the stage for like 5 minutes, right? Because this is what we have to understand. The shock of Most High bless. I want you to explain gentrification in your neighborhood and how does it feel?
I got smoke, but not tonight.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, but your name, you're not blocked on the chat no more, because I'm looking in the chat and your name is not there, the name you gave. I don't see it there on the block list, so I don't know what to tell you. I don't see it. Unless you change the name.
Hey, do me a favor, Don. Come on the live, brother. The chat, the link is in the room. But brother, go ahead and explain to us. You said that gentrifying your neighborhood. Talk to us. Let's see if this is biblical. Then what happened to him?
I think he left.
Dust in the wind.
Damn, brother.
He probably be back.
You said I know. Good night. Oh man, you be. Hey, look, you gonna come on? You gonna come on the room? You can't.
Yeah, I was charging my phone.
I was charging my phone. People fast, man. I ain't got time for it no more. No more of that.
You said explain.
We ready to come back live and hard.
Yeah, he said explain. He said explain.
Cause
give examples.
Because around here it was a lot of black people around it, but now you're starting to see more Hispanics. Like there used to be these apartments called the Village. It used to be nothing but black people there. Now it's just a whole bunch of Mexicans and Hispanics.
Well, you in Texas, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the reason, man, because you close to the border.
Yeah.
Mexico ain't that far from where you at.
Yep. Texas,
Mexico
California,
City, right?
Arizona,
California, New Mexico, Arizona. That's all around That's all around Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why there's a lot of Mexicans that go to those states, because their country is right next door.
Yeah, it's real close.
Young man.
Yeah.
I want you to go to the public library, and I want you to get this book that was written in 1959 by Michael Harrington. Write this down.
All right.
If you need a pen, I'll give you a minute so you can get some understanding. Okay. Now, the book was written, the author's name is Michael Harrington. And the book was written in 1959. And the title of the book is called The Other America. And it's not a long read. It's a pretty short read, as you know, historical books go. But I want you to pay particular attention to the chapter, If You're Black, Get Back. That'll give you the insight that you need and the understanding of the present world or country that you're living in.
Yeah, I read it down.
Okay, yeah. So you can get it for free and you can read it for free. But the information is priceless.
Hey, brother,
It's like
do
the
me a
history
favor,
of
Sam. My screen running a little again, man. I may have to go on my phone.
It's like the history of Texas.
I was running real. I'm gonna come in on my phone, man.
The other thing is, you want to,
can y'all hear me on my falling back?
We can hear you. We can hear you, Qanath.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, brother. When you say listen, gentrification is not just about population. All right, it's not just about population, brother. Explain to us, how is this affecting your community and affecting you? Part of gentrification could be dealing with changing of the name, your neighborhood, right? Or street names, right? Or signs, right? Hiring practices, bullying.
Yeah, they're like changing the they're like changing the streets.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah, they're like changing the streets and stuff like that. And they're like building houses and like raising the rent high.
Now, why do you think that is?
Yeah.
They're for their people.
Listen, let me do it this way, brother. Because I don't fault nobody who looks out for their own. I fault no one who's a hard worker. I fault no one who want to take advantage of certain opportunities. And some people won't take advantage of it. Some people do. So I don't see that as gentrification, right? I see it as cowardice when you run from a country that's not in war, right? And you don't build up your own country. But this is how I look at gentrification, right? But also a bullying, trying to overpower people. When a people come into a nation and don't show the people respect or homage that actually pave the way for them, right? That's disrespectful. When the so-called white man will hire them, right? They give them contracts and they won't hire you. That's racism, right? And they only hire their own. That's a part of racism, right? So this thing goes deeper than just in numbers, right? It goes deeper than that. And I'll give you an example. When I was coming up, black men and white men, they've done a lot of landscaping work, window cleaning, right? Or you go to any apartment building in the United States of America, it was mostly black men that was doing the maintenance work. Facts, okay? There were a lot of, when you go to the hospitals, a lot of nurses were black. Fact, right? Librarians, black. Right, so I'm just looking at it. There's nothing wrong with hiring different people because this so-called country is supposed to be a democracy for all. But when we start seeing something that's on a level of discrimination like that, and then we had I'm going to say it, niggas, right, that's using the Bible and lying on God, right, talking about they our people, right? But them same people, when you go to jail, your black ass is on one side and they're on the other. Period.
And you at war with their ass in the prison.
Exactly. Our brothers came on hopeful, most high blessed. Holler at us.
No, that's
my brother.
That's hopeful elect. Yeah, Uzziah.
Yeah, that's our brother. Uzziah. Yeah, we know who he is. Holler at us.
Hold up a second. Let me get my earpiece. Wait a minute, because I can't hardly hear you. Hold up.
See, we got to look at what's really going on here. Right? When you see construction jobs,
he having issues with the camera.
It's all right. Okay, I don't. That's his problem.
Yeah. Yo, Q. Can I say something quick?
JT? Yeah, go ahead.
I went to the store today, and I was walking near construction area, and I seen only one black person there. One. And the rest was white and Hispanics.
Watch this, brothers and sisters. A black man get killed or choked off for a cigarette, selling water, right? Moved off the block if he tried to sell flowers, right? Sell his own CD tape, right? But you can have people stand out inside of established business all over the country, what they call Home Depot, with their trucks and everything. They call that loitering, right? And nothing happens, right? See, this is not just a Bible movement for me, right? This has to do with a civil rights movement for me too, in that aspect, right? Looking out for our people and trying to wake us up, because Most High says he's going to start with us first. And you got a lot of niggas out here talking about Qanath is a goddamn Israelite.
Cock-a-shock.
You know what I mean? No, real talk. You know, when I look at this, I'm like, and then you got people that's in the so-called conscious community that are effing agents, talking about they about black people, right? But they go against their own every day, all day, right? So we have to look. This is a serious war going on here. A serious war.
Let me slide up in there, man. Hey, man, I know all them punk ass niggas that's running the lies out there. I've been around them. Them niggas ain't about no truth. They're about money. And them niggas will sell a mother to get paid. Now, all of them niggas are in them camps, like your Hunter, that faggot, that punk, that bitch ass little punk ass nigga. He know damn well Qanath, or whatever the hell that punk's name is, ain't no Israelite. But he a part of that damn order, man. He got on with the 501c3 or whatever the other thing that Don P was talking about. He down with it. So he got to bring in this damn Gentile heathen up in there, man. All right. But my message to they black asses is I'm going to tell them straight. Now, this is the real show, and we're going to lay it on the line. I'm going to tell them straight up. If you niggas don't clean up your act, the Lord going to clean it up for you. And I'm going to tell you how he going to do it. He going to have to kill y'all.
Well,
that's how it's got to go.
Unfortunately, it's close to Passover time, and you know, usually that's the time where a lot of brothers start falling off. Most High start, you know, making his little daily sacrifices, I guess, of brothers. You know, but the last big fish was Tazadakia, so I guess I just had to wait and see
who's next.
Exactly.
And Shark, I said,
it's not me, none of you brothers or sisters. I don't wish death for nobody, but somebody gonna get, man. It's simple.
But hey, check this out. Like you, I'm gonna say it like this. I ain't no prophet, but I got people that can verify. I told them things that came to pass. All right, I got people that, and I'll let you talk to one of them, Q, right or wrong.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I'm saying it here. When I say this is the spirit telling me something gonna go down. All right. I know something gonna go down.
If the
and I'm gonna say,
No, I'm replying to this comment. If the language bother you, you can go somewhere else. This is how we speak over here. So,
and I'm gonna say it like this.
Put it on that platform. Sorry.
The Lord have to step in, man, because he cannot continuously let these niggas tell these lies and deceive our people and rob them. He can't keep on doing this, man. It's gotta come a time where he got to cut these niggas time short. They ass got to go. And I'm being real. Your hunter ass gotta go. And it's just the way it got to be. Tahar gotta go. Nathaniel got to go. These niggas will never repent, bro. Aria ass got to go. I'm gonna say, let me just get cute. Just one more. They gotta go. You know why? Because that damn nigga done did too damn much damage. And so many damn people life that nigga ruined. Do y'all understand that, man? That nigga done spiritually raped people, man, to the point where they can't come back. And rape is another form of death. You hear what I'm saying? Right or wrong? It's like you spiritually killing somebody, man. So
hey,
I'm gonna say it like this. Yeah.
Go ahead. No, I just want to say, I don't want to lose my train of thought, JT.
No. Go ahead, man.
Hey, Lin, let me say something. I have my teenager black Hebrew son listening to you guys for guys. Okay, let me answer that. Let me answer that. Right now, I want you to listen up very carefully, and I want your son to listen to this. Right, if you have a forest fire, right, a real serious forest fire, and listen to the word I said at the end, fire. Now, do you know how they put out a forest fire? With fire. Listen to me. They put out a forest fire with fire, right? Because what happens is the fire is so damn hot, it's destroying the trees, which is the people. It's destroying the trees, which is the people, just like the peacekeepers or so-called police supposed to do their job. What they do to criminals, they lock them up. And they do such heinous crimes, they put them to death. So this is a life-learned lesson. I'm glad you have a young man listening, because now it's time to put his 10 toes in the ground and put out the fire. And you put it out with fire. That's how you do it. When the fire is coming, right, you run ahead of the fire, because your people are the trees in the middle of the fire, right? So you dig a trench, right? Because you can't say the ones that's on fire already. So you dig a trench and start a fire there. So when they come, that fire coming, they're going to meet a fire and it burns itself out. And that way they can't get to the other trees, which are the people. So we're trying to burn their ass out so that fire, that witness that they doing at us won't get to your son. So when they call us niggas, we call them niggas back. I guarantee you, your young son, see, don't teach him how to live in a fantasy world, right? People use the word shit and ass in the world. See, life ain't fair, and it ain't easy. The scriptures say the Most High what? His word is like what, Shasham?
Two-edged sword.
Two-edged sword. Piercing the soul.
Fire! Fire. So this is what we're talking about. We don't need no docile brothers. See, a brother just on here, we show them love. But what happened is, dear brother, when we come back on, somebody didn't show him how to be a fire, how to be a lion, because he said that the Hispanic guys were bigger than him. Don't you know the smallest man hit the hardest sometime? Right? Not because of his weight, because of his speed. You see that?
Because of who he's attached to.
Yep.
Right?
Look at Dawid.
It's a punch. Every punch is a counter punch. A jab, a hook, duck, uppercut. Right?
A right cross.
So we put out that wicked fire with the word, but also with our language. That's all, sister. But go ahead, y'all got the floor. I just want them to hear that. I got love for
you. Hey.
Can I jump in?
You know, it's like it's a good thing.
Who just said that real quick?
That she's
I'm sorry, Don. Hold on. Give me a second. Because he's been waiting real patient on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Shalom. Can I jump in? Ain't no feedback, is there?
Yeah, you got feedback.
No, you're good.
All right. Let me close. Let me close one of these windows. How's that? How's that? Okay. Yeah.
Say it again.
I said shalom. You know, me watching these guys and listening to y'all, you know, my opinion, you know, Gorilla Hebrew, Hassad, the guy that sit next to Captain Azariah, they know they not Israelites.
Hell yeah.
They know it. They just got their fingers crossed and they out doing the work and all this stuff. And plus they getting money. You know, Gorilla Hebrew, Hassad, Deacon, you know, they not feeling no curses. Yeah, I'll be wondering how much this Gorilla Hebrew worth. You know, he ain't got no job and all that, you know, but anyway, I can, you know, Yahawashi said that if both parents aren't Israelites, you're not an Israelite. So I can shut them down, you know, but they're, you know, going on their platform, they ain't gonna do nothing but control and spin the narrative.
Yeah,
you know,
a debate coming up, like a debate sort of on that topic, because you got brothers who saying Israelites like any nation.
Say that again.
You got these brothers saying that Israelites can look like any nation, meaning they can look like anybody.
No, absolutely not. Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, and all that, they know they're not Israel. And he said we was gonna be few among many. So all them Jamaicans ain't Israelites. All them Haitians ain't Israelites. He said we was gonna be few among many. But anyway, I wanted to get with y'all on, you know, because there's no doubt in my mind. I used to believe that chart BS, that chart bullshit, but no. I've been stepped away from that. The most I've been purged me for that a few years ago. What I want to get with you, Qanath, Sharshem, or whomever else, and especially Yehuda, y'all my brothers, I got love for y'all. I wanted to discuss that hell doctrine, that left and right side of Sheol, regeneration and reincarnation.
Well, we don't
civilly, I know y'all don't believe it, civilly, you know, and to edify, you know, to put y'all on the hot seat with that, because this some questions y'all got to answer. There's some questions y'all got to answer, for real.
I feel you.
You know, this left side of Sheol, and what's that motherfucking name? The historian dude, what's his name? Begin with a J.
Josephus.
Yeah, that's Josephus. All that, man. Come on, man.
Hey, look, let me ask you.
Y'all got some. Hold on. Y'all got some questions to answer on all that.
Sure. That ain't no problem. That's no problem.
Calm down. Hold on. I'm about to tell him where to contact us. Lima or Star, put the email address in the chat for the brother and send the information, and I'm gonna contact him.
Come on, man. Me and you friends on Facebook.
I don't know, man.
Me and Qanath friends on Facebook.
I know exactly who this brother is. I know he is.
The reason why I said that,
hold on, time out, everyone. Go ahead, Israel. John, I know you. Hold on. I know I said you had next, but this brother been trying to get on his cameraman fading out. Go ahead, Israel.
I gotta go to bed.
There we go.
I'm going to bed. Good night.
I'm going to bed because I got a question for you. I got a question for you. I got a question for you. I want to bed with a nightmare. I want to send you to bed with a nightmare. Hold on, let Yehuda, brother Israel,
he ran off.
Bed with a nightmare with
he gone.
He ran off like a little
girl.
That needs to be a rule. That needs to be a rule. If you speak, you need to address one question after you speak. I just wanted to say, hey,
you know, thank y'all for letting me come on your platform or whatnot. You know, been watching you brothers for a long time. You know, And I did get a chance to see, you know, the topic of what the class was about tonight. You know, I seen a glimpse of it. I think it was talking about, you know, the 12 tribes only Negro. You know, I just want to let you brothers know I do agree with that. You know, 12 tribes of Israel, all Negro only. You know, I don't believe in the these other heathenistic people claiming to be us. You know what I'm saying? As I used to believe. You know what I'm saying? But thanks to you brothers, you know, through the Spirit of the Most High in Christ, you know, they gave me knowledge on that. You know, and I see it.
I'm gonna ask.
I see the light now.
Can I ask one question?
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Hallelujah.
I'm gonna ask a question. According to the scriptures, what color is the Messiah? I'm not saying it as a joke to you. I'm just saying. What would he look like if he was? Huh?
A dark-skinned black man.
Okay, then now,
black man.
okay, check this out. Now, if he's a dark-skinned black man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't
Yes,
it make
sir.
sense that his people look like him?
Yes, sir. Yes,
so
absolutely.
How the hell could you tell me Pepe Sanchez, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
or
right.
Julio Cesar Sanchez and shit. I ain't trying, Canelo Alvarez, I ain't making fun of them. They people, but they not our people, man. How you gonna tell me that that's our people, man? How you gonna tell me that that's Christ people, man? Get out of here, man.
Jeremiah Rosenthal. Jeremiah Rosenthal.
I always was conflicted about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you know, because I worked in a grocery store, which was mainly his Hispanic grocery store. And I used to work in the produce section and used to come in there a lot. And I never got the, you know, I know we was, like I say, I never got the vibe or the spirit, like we was connected, you know. I'm like, you know, they got the attitude of, you know, the Edomites, the white folk, just like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, how could these be our people?
I got something for you. Can I say something quick?
You know?
Can I say something quick? Try to cut you off.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna say this too. Can you hear me? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good, Jerry.
Yeah, check this out. Quick point. Now, my beef with a lot of them Mexicans is not hatred. If they really study what they call Cinco de Mayo, which they're gonna be celebrating about 2 months. If they knew that black people helped liberate them from the Spaniards, they would all keep their goddamn mouth shut. You hear me? We was the one that helped them get what they call their independence. So if all of them knew that, how could they walk around with hatred in their heart toward you when you the reason why they free from Spain?
I need someone to prove to me those.
Hey, let me say something real quick. My brother Don Dada, that just came on. Like to know who you are. Hey Don, that is a cool brother. He I don't think he ran because he was scared, but I wish he would have stayed on. If you made that comment when you wrote that comment, I wish you'd have stayed on for one question I had for you, because you brought it up about Shimo, left hand, right hand, Josephus, so on and so forth. I just want to give you a nightmare before you go to bed. A good one, you know, a good one, you know. But
probably wanted his milk and cookies before he went to bed, bro.
That needs to be the rule. If you're gonna expound, you got to take one question at least.
Yeah, well, at least take that. I just wanted one question, but that's all right. Yeah, we'll go. What's that? Who's Andre?
He been on before.
I've been here before.
Yeah, I remember him.
Okay.
He been on before.
Yeah. I just need someone to prove to me those white, blonde hair, blue eyes Mexicans or Israelite. If someone can edify us, come on, hop on and chat. Let's have a smoke.
You know, the thing about it is this: you have to understand this thing about these people. These people have gone throughout the eons, changing their identity and stealing others' identities.
Yep.
But it's all wrapping
there's no
up.
proof nowhere in the scriptures.
It's
you
all
know, even the
wrapping
spirit
up.
don't bear witness, brothers.
It's all wrapping up, you know, and more is coming out. And there's a really interesting teaching that I was in today with
okay, he back on
39 and 38 and 39. And it was talking about that time space and the differentiation amongst the people and how certain alterations were made. If you're in the King James Version, certain alterations were made. Who needs to mute their mic? Certain alterations were made for the point of confusion. For the point of confusion. And that's just, you know, because we're on the topic of people and identities, I wanted to point that out because it's so relevant in the age that we're living in today and the time that we're in today. Understand that these people that is about to experience the hand of Yah are not, it's not the same occurrence that's going to happen in time when we
it don't fit the prophecy in Deuteronomy.
When we're brought back into the land.
Period.
Matter
Hey,
of fact,
I'm sorry, bro. Hey, hold on, the brother back. Wait a minute, the brother back on. Can y'all hear me? The brother back on.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm be honest with y'all. I'm gonna be kind of interrupting everybody, so I'm getting tired of saying. But here go the question, brother. Where did the rich man go when he was taken away? He went off there again. Okay, I just put it out there, man, because I want everybody to hear it. Where did the rich man go? Where did the rich man go? Right? And he said, please go back and tell my brothers because he ain't want them here. Bring him back on here, Shan. Where did the rich man go? Because I don't see him. No, he's not.
Yes, he is. He's on.
Okay, my bad. Okay, my screen.
He just came back. He just came back now.
The doctrine of the One West, the doctrine of the One West says hell is here on earth.
I heard the question. I heard.
Okay,
you got feedback. You got bad feedback.
I heard.
You got bad feedback.
Kill one of them lines again.
I heard your question,
right,
and that's a parable. That's a parable. You know, it doesn't make sense. What good is that gonna do? Lazarus, go dip your finger in some water and cool my tongue. That don't make no sense. Where do all souls go? Wait a minute. Where does all souls go? And Don P, I didn't appreciate that comment. Yeah, I'm sensitive. And I'm hold on, man. He talking about reading like a girl. Ain't no sugar in this, my man. Anyway. Where do all souls go?
Brother, I don't want to mute you. Hold on. Don't go all over the place. I'm asking one question. You said it's a parable.
Yes.
Right? And then you went into something about the tongue and all that. I'm asking you, if it's a parable, what parable is it? And where did he go? And why did he want somebody to warn his brothers? Because he don't want them to go where he went and see what he saw. The parable, what was that he seen? Where was he?
Brother, he was in Abraham. You talking about the parable when he was in Abraham's bosom.
And where was that?
I can't give you word for word, but the Lazarus is us, and the rich man is the devil. Is the other nation.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. When you say the rich man was the devil, he was the physical devil. And where did he go?
No. It's just a parable. We in hell now. We're in hell now. It don't make sense,
brother.
Makes sense.
Hold on.
Hell is described as the grave, a condition.
You asked the debate. Left hand,
I did
right
not.
hand.
Wait.
We'll have a discussion about it.
Hold on, man. I said I wanted to get with y'all at a later date. I'm just letting you know.
I said I want to see you to bed.
I told you I got to get up at 7 in the morning. I got to get up. But you throwing shots, dude, with his hat tilted to the side. I don't, come on, man.
Let me get it, Qanath. Let me get it, Qanath.
Go ahead, man. Y'all go ahead.
Let me get it, Qanath. You know what I'm saying? Let me get it, bro. Let me get it, bro.
Bro, you give nothing edifying. You want to
talk about whoa. You want to talk about fantasy. You want to talk fantasy. I talk script, bro.
I watch all the time.
I talk script.
You give nothing edifying to me.
Seriously?
For me. Yes, seriously.
Seriously. Well, you know what? I understand that. You know what? I understand that for you.
And that's
I understand that for you.
Like a girl.
No, I don't say like you got your little feelings hurt.
I'm logging off. I have to get up.
All right. Hey, Qanath, the brother, that's the brother Israel Judah. He trying to get back in on this camera. That's why I was putting him back in the show. He was
before anybody say anything else, listen, I don't mind a little back and forth, but I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. You came back when you say you want to talk about it. I just asked a question. And we couldn't even dialogue because you was over talking me.
No, you say you wanted to ask me a question. You asked, I answered. Now, please understand this. I drive an 18-wheeler. I need to rest. I have to get up at 7 in the morning. So I got to stop.
Good night. All right. Good night. I love you. Good night.
We're going to do this at another time. Yeah.
I think about it.
Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom. So my thing is, I asked that question, brothers and sisters, because, and this the same answer that my dear brother gave. What people say is a parable and they don't explain it.
Hey, Qanath, what scripture was that in the New Testament? I'm about to read that.
I just realized I was muted.
I can't find it.
Don't worry, I'll look it up. I'll find it.
Which one are you talking about, Shasham?
About the Lazarus. Part.
Yeah. When he goes down into to Sheol.
Yeah.
And they talk about the Great Divide.
I wanted to read that.
I know it's in John, and I think it's also in Matthew. I know what the text says. I can't give you no scripture and verse, but I know what it says because it's in my heart. But the thing about it is, it's real funny because it mentions in the King James how Qanath, your mic is muted. It mentions in the King James how Yahusha went down into Sheol and preached liberty to the captives. But see, they took off all the other good stuff that would really give you the basis and the evidence for that. And that's what I was showing y'all. Because when you read in the Bezorah of Nicodemus, it tells you what really happened in chapter 16 and 17. And what really cracked off, because in chapter 16, it cracks off while Hasatan was speaking to the prince of Sheol. It's kind of like what we see in the modern world, where they know, oh, damn, we done messed up. We done crucified the King of Glory. And now this nigga done walking around down here, setting all the captives free, wrecking havoc. Oh, we done messed up.
The brother, hold on. The brother Ben says 2 Peter 2:4. For if God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell and delivered them into chains of darkness to be reserved until judgment. Understand this. Where did that's why I don't know if I want to have this discussion, because I asked a simple question. Where did Christ go? Listen,
I can tell you.
And you say you say you watch this all the time, and you say you disagree on. That's why I just asked a simple question, because I want to get back to the topic at hand about Hispanics and so on. Right. Like at the end of the day, you got to come with the scripts, man, and we got to be respectful. And I'm gonna keep it a buck with everybody, man. Everybody can't keep over talking. I've been real nice of late, man. Everybody can't keep over talking. I've been super nice, man. You know what I mean? I've been super nice, and I'm really not a nice guy.
They think we suckers.
But hey, JT, call at me.
Yeah. What you want to know, man?
I just want to know, like, when you was coming up in One West, right? And they was telling y'all the same thing the brother said. He realized they was teaching them wrong, just like they taught you wrong about reincarnation.
Thank you, Andre. Appreciate it.
What brought you out of that madness?
I felt in spirit that the prophecies they was telling wasn't coming to pass. And basically, I just got tired of people up in there, man. Plenty of people up in there. I couldn't stand them. I'm just telling the truth. AREA, I couldn't stand them. Couldn't stand Shaw. Couldn't stand Tazadakia. A whole mess of cats that I couldn't stand them. And like when I get to that point, man, where like I can't be around y'all, I walk. I leave, man. Because it was getting to that level, man, where it was gonna get messy. So I said, nah, man, I can't stay up in there, man, because there's too many niggas up in there. I want to hurt them. I felt that. I'm being honest, man. You know? And the spirit of brotherhood really, to me, overall, wasn't in there. A couple of brothers in there I got along with, you know, a couple of brothers in there had that spirit, but most of them didn't have it. It was about wanting to be over you, rule over you. Niggas calling each other captains and generals and all this stuff, and niggas ain't got no army. Nothing. AREA calling himself high priest. And the high priest is really Christ. It was just total madness up in there, man. You know? So
that's my Nigerian brother. Come on to air. Go ahead, keep on going, JC. Come on to air, my Nigerian brother. So
yeah, man. So like when I felt the spirit up in there, man, it was time to split. And in 1999, on my birthday, which was 1999, September 18th, which was on a Saturday, and I think it was a high holy day. I think it was a day of atonement. I decided I ain't going back. I said, I'm done with this place, man. I ain't never going back. And I ain't never went back. In 99, that day. I said, man, because I can't deal with it. Now, did I think Christ was coming in 2000? Maybe. But after that day came and went out, and he didn't show up, I knew there was no reason for me to go back. And I told other people, don't go in there. And I warned the cat, don't go in there. And the guy that I warned, man, he got messed up in there, man. I seen him on video, man. One time, somebody made a video. My man was sleeping on the bench in the bench park in Marcus Garvey Park in 125th Street. All right? They robbed the man, blind, giving all them tights. Man got kicked out of his apartment or something. Man was sleeping on the bench.
Hey,
and I knew that.
And where was the brotherhood for that brother?
There was another brother up in there that I knew, good, decent brother named Shabar. They ruined that man's life. I think the man committed suicide or something, man. I know he's dead, but I heard some rumors. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's another person they ruined, man. And man, I'm gonna be real with you. The nigga that was calling himself the company, me and him had many run-ins. I already knew that was a nigga I was gonna ice him. You know what I mean? So I knew, and me and you, and I'm gonna say this too, me and Q ain't no prophets. But before that man got sentenced, and Q is a witness, man. Yo, Q, didn't we say that nigga ain't gonna make it to prison?
Yeah, we was both talking about that.
Right? We said the nigga ain't gonna make it.
And I think he died the following week or something.
Nah, he died a couple months later.
Couple of months? Okay, it's couple months.
Yeah, it was a couple months later.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But me and you was talking about that. We said that nigga might not make it. Hell, a most might kill him or something. So we ain't prophesying, we prophets or nothing, but we was talking about that. But my experience up in there wasn't all bad, but it ain't all good either. And that's why I always tell people now, man, listen, that One West doctrine, man, is poison. It's worse than the crack epidemic of the 1980s. Shawsham, you ain't around, bro. You don't know about that. You heard about it, but you wasn't around. But Q know about it, and my man Don Pete know about it.
I was born in '85, so
you was a baby.
I played with crack valves in the '90s as a child.
Yeah,
I know about that, but
yeah.
Hebrew Bobby, shalom.
I've seen the zombies, so I know about it in the '90s. In the '80s, I probably was a little too young. I was 25, so going on 5.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I was around.
Hey, Yasharallah, rise up. Do you believe Hispanics are Israelites? Yasharallah, you rise up. Do you believe Hispanics are Israelites? Because a lot of times only Hispanics say Second Esdras is a false prophet. I mean, it's not not a legit book a lot of times. So do you believe Hispanics are Israelites? Yay or nay?
Q, can I say something before you get to that point? Now, people that call themselves Hispanics, let's dive into that. You got mixed breed people, mestizos that say they're Hispanics. You got pure white people that say they're Hispanics, which they are the real Hispanics, the white folks. And you got Negros that say they're Hispanics. Now, we say Hispanics, people that call themselves Hispanics. We can say Negroes that claim to be Hispanic, they Israelites, yes. Like the Negroes that's in Puerto Rico. I know black Puerto Ricans. I know black Dominicans. I know black Cubans. Now they are Israelites and blacks from Panama. And hell, there's Negroes in Argentina. I didn't even know that. And blacks in Mexico. And blacks in Brazil. Yeah, they are Israelites, but not people that look like Canelo Alvarez and Oscar De La Hoya. No, they not.
The sad truth is that they don't know that all 12 tribes or in Africa, the diaspora are also the Israelites.
Absolutely.
True.
That's brother, you from South Africa, right?
No, I'm in France. I'm studying here, so
France,
but
okay.
I'm from Bantu tribes, so I know a lot of these things.
Oh, okay,
what tribe you say you from? Bantu?
I'm glad you said that.
Bantu
Give us
tribe.
some.
Okay, Bantu.
Give us some. Give us some of that history. We like to hear it.
Well, yeah, well, I'm from Bantu tribes. I mean, I've always known that we were in some kind of way related to the ancient Israelites. So, like my grandma we used to go to like in Catholic, like and after that when we come home, our grandma used to tell us that Moses was one of our own. Like Moses was looked exactly like us. So growing up, like knowing all these things, like if someone comes in the street and tells me, "Hey, you're an Israelite," I'm not gonna be surprised. I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, my grandma used to tell us these things," but we weren't as awake as we are right now. Like I used to be a Christian. I used to believe that those whites, white Jews are also Israelites. But I also used to believe that we are also. I used to see color isn't that important in the Bible, and but it was until like few years ago God like literally woke me up. Like I used to read the Bible more, and I started just to discover that hey, my grandma used to tell me all that are ancient things that we used to tell us past that throughout generation to generation was actually true, that we are actually those people that the Bible calls people that were robbed and spoiled and or living even till today beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. So yeah.
Can I ask some question?
Andre,
go ahead.
I know exactly where you're at. You're trying to synthesize your world. Wow. What I know to be true and what I'm looking at in my face. But the reality is this. You got to go with what you know to be true, which is what your grandmother was teaching you. But also there, when you go deeper, man, and you read, that will verify what your grandmother was saying and fortify the foundation so that when these folks come in with these arguments, these lying people that couldn't exist one day in Egypt doing hard labor, when they come in with them lies, you're like, no, no, straight up. So
no doubt.
I also wanted to
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Slide. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I also wanted to add that there's so many Bantu tribes. There's like 600 Bantu tribes. So this Bantu tribe, like if you read the Bible, if we read in the Bible, like the Levites, they were tribe within tribes. Like in the Levites, we have the Aaronites, the high priest. In the Judah tribe, we have the house of David. they were called like the house of David. So even if you read the Bible, within tribes there are also other tribes. So those Bantu tribes come from those ancient Israelites, 10 tribes. This is why, if you ask, I don't know, there are many Bantus in West Africa. They can say that we know which tribe we are, but not everybody can know which tribe we are, but we definitely know that we are one of those ancient Israelite tribes. So it's basically Bible. We can just prove that with few verses. So.
Hey, look, let JT ask his question, and then I got one for you. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, JT. Ask your question. I got one for you. And then my brother just came on. I got you next. Go ahead, JT. Damn, he popped off. Okay, I'm gonna ask my question. When you said your grandmother, how old are you, by the way?
21.
Okay, you're 21. Okay, so your grandmother told you that you was an Israelite. Did you now that you in this? Did you see? She knew she was an Israelite. Was she practicing any of the customs, or did you see any garment things she may have put on, or family members, or yeah?
Well, we speak in Africa like Kikongo, like so many different. There's so many different languages, and like Swahili, all these languages, we say to each other that this is the old Hebrew that people used to spoke around time of Moses, time of these. Like even like our language is has so much Hebraism in it. So even through that we can like verify that, and there's so many like customs. But I do believe that there's so many Bantu tribe in West Africa. They're the one that most likely kept a lot of like a lot of the structure. But you have to also read the I don't know if you guys know the Bantu expansion. It was when some Bantus went south. This is why you see in South Africa many Bantus. So it was during that, it was like a split. During that time, many Bantus forgot, a lot of the Bible things, but there were many in West Africa who kept that. So yeah,
no doubt.
No
doubt. Thanks for the information. Hold on, JT had a question. Hold on, because JT had a question. I don't want to ignore his question.
Yeah,
like put him on because acting up. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
back.
Don, and then my brother from Nigeria.
Now you say you ban. Yeah, you say you Bantu. What tribe do you think you descend from?
Well, I'm not gonna go there which tribe I am, but I definitely do believe that many Bantus are from the I would say those 10 tribes, northern tribes, because I mean basically northern tribe actually. But I don't know much about Judah. I've heard like Ashanti and Akan say more. They have like Levi and Benjamin, which is true, but I would say most likely close to those same tribes that yeah.
Don, you had a question because I'm gonna let my brother from Nigeria speak.
I would agree with what Andre was saying, because when they escaped from Assyria, and also the tribes of Ephraim that didn't go forward with the whole of Yasharel into the land. So yeah, them Bantu tribes, and that was the question that I was going to ask that JT asked. It's like, well, where do you think? But man.
Well, we have Naphtal. We have Naphtal in South Africa. So I've asked my mom, we were related to those Nguni tribe in South Africa. He said that he has heard that many in his family members, maybe his dad's dad may come from those Nguni tribe, but you are what your father is. So my father is different from my mother. So yeah.
Gotcha. Well, we know this. We know that the white man speaks with forked tongue. And so, and the way that the system of Hasatan works is up is down and down is up. So I'm looking at some information in terms of, wait a minute, this is the reverse transatlantic slave trade, and that we actually were shipped from here to the continent, but then they also brought, I mean, it's not to the continent, excuse me, to Europe.
Well, let me
brought people from the continent here.
Don P, address that, because I heard that before. Where they people talk about indigenous land, they try to say this is.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, I've also heard like so many.
Two things can be true at the same time. Two things can be true at the same time.
Well, some of people did get sent over there, but this was like in Columbus time. This wasn't like during the biblical time that we speak about in the Bible.
No, they were here before Columbus. If you
I'm talking about when they actually got sent back like as slaves or something like that, maybe. You know?
Oh, okay, yeah. I get what you're saying, Doc.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
But
I was just like saying, look at the Ohlone tribe in California where I live, and then I look at my pictures, the pictures of my heritage, my grandfather, my grandmother, and stuff like that, and we're from Oklahoma, and we're from that area, Missouri and stuff, and yeah, man, I don't put nothing past these people. I really don't.
Hey man, fuck them. Let's get moving. Go ahead, my brother from Nigeria. Go ahead, because I can't pronounce that name. Kadara.
Kadari.
Go ahead, Most High bless.
Salama. Thank you all for having me on. First of all, I'd like to say, special salama to Brother Andre. I'm just, hearing from him for the first time. It's, I think I'm always happy when I hear from people that are my age and who have who have a certain kind of understanding. Because many people my age, the things that they care about are just funny if you look at them. So I wanted to ask Brother Andre a few questions, if he doesn't mind. So can you tell me what I know you mentioned that you're Bantu. So can you tell me what tribe you're from?
My mom comes from Bakongo, but my dad comes from I don't know if you have heard of Bundu people.
Mbundu.
Yeah.
Are they the Mbundu from Angola?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming you speak, or at least know, or your dad at least speaks Kimbundu.
Yeah, they speak, yeah.
Okay, excellent. So yeah, the things that Brother Andre mentioned, the things that Brother Andre mentioned is very true. He mentioned the Bantu expansion.
Yeah, do you also know the Bantu expansion?
Yes, the Bantu expansion, is technically, it happened in multiple waves. So there wasn't just one wave. So at least the two waves I know of was from Eastern Africa down to, technically the regions called beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. And then the more popular one, the most popular Bantu expansion that happened, that if you look at research, that's the expansion that they keep referring to, is the one that happened from Eastern Nigeria, bordering Cameroon, down to, into the Congo, down into Central Africa, Southern Africa. So from like that Western African side down to Central Africa, Southern Africa, and then the less popular wave was from Eastern Africa down to Central and Southern. So it's very important to look at these things. He also mentioned that there are various tribes in West Africa, that also have this history and, this culture of being the people of the book, which is very true. And it's the same thing for the Bantus. I think I remember the last time I mentioned that the Bantu have 12 kingdoms, 12, very prominent kingdoms. I know now there are more than 12 right now, but back in the day they used to have 12 kingdoms. And among the Bantu, I would say you would find since there's so many Bantu tribes, you can find many of the 12, all of the 12 sons of Jacob among the Bantu tribes, although depending on which tribe or which region you are in, you could find more of Southern Kingdom, people of the book, or Northern Kingdom people of the book. Somebody also asked, what tribe do you think you're from? And many people may not know this today because, again, oral, our oral tradition has kind of broken for many people. It's kind of been broken. Some people's specific families, they don't care to pass things down anymore and stuff like that. But me, in my case, based on the research I've done, the chances of me being a descendant of Ephraim, Jacob's, or rather Joseph's second son, is very, very high. The chance of me just based on my own, because of the tribe I come from, and certain patterns that I've noticed in our history. Many of the things that the Ephraimites struggled with, we struggle with, in terms of idolatry and stuff like that. Even the speech
Hold on,
pattern
Trey.
of the Ephraimites also, my tribe also exhibits the same speech pattern in terms of language. And again, the language thing is the whole, is a dead giveaway for who the real people are, because we know that the oldest people on this planet are so-called African people. Therefore, the oldest languages have to be African languages. Now, if we look at the Niger Congo branch of languages, that is the language family that has what we call Hebrew. The Hebrew that you people are hearing today, that people are speaking, is Yiddish. It's not the real thing. If you want to know what the real languages are, go and look for them in the Niger Congo family of languages. They are many.
Swahili, Kikongo.
Exactly.
All
Hey,
these.
listen, real quick. Okay.
Oh, are we stealing the show?
But let me say something real quick. I'm gonna ask a couple of questions because you mentioned the Swahili, right? And because I know a lot of people in Africa, they speak Swahili, right? And nobody has to say this word if they don't want to. But I just want to hear this right here. JT, can you say nigga? The N word? Can you say the N word? Just say it one time.
Nigga.
Yeah. My bro just got finished speaking from Nigeria. Can you say it?
Can I?
Yes, please.
Nigga.
Okay. Brother Andre, can you say it?
Nigga.
Say it again.
Nigga.
Can you show your face?
Hold up. I have to open my
Do you speak Swahili? Dara? Because we know, like in English, you have different dialects. Like in Baltimore, they say dog. We say dog, right? Deep down south, sometimes I don't understand what the hell they saying.
Hello.
And I'm sure, just like in any language, even Swahili, you speak it, but you have different dialects or different accents, right?
Phrases.
Right.
And
So
dialect.
can you or phrases? Can you speak a form of Swahili if you could speak it so I can hear the brother Andre speak it, and you let me know how that sounds to you. Can you say hello?
I don't know how to speak Swahili. I'm gonna be honest. I do understand a little bit, but not that good.
What languages do you speak, Andre?
Well, I speak most likely just I don't know if you guys have heard like Lingala and Kadir. Maybe
Yeah, I've heard of Lingala.
Okay, so let's go from there.
Okay, all right. So hold on, Doug. So, and the reason why I asked, because one of my brothers put in the comment, boy, if I think he's speaking to you, and if he's wrong, he was Salakia, or say, oh my bad, because a lot of times we get fooled by accents and so on and so forth. Now, a lot of language I'm sure you about to say I haven't even heard of, and were you born in Africa or France?
Africa.
He was born in Africa. What part? The village?
Angola.
Angola. So, would you consider yourself a black man?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Okay. All right. Only reason why I asked that because somebody, one of my bros, they don't think you're being truthful.
Why? How?
I don't know. That's why I wanted you to show yourself. I mean, it sounds like you have an African accent to me, you know. So I can't accuse you of that. You know what I mean? But I always ask the question. Even the bros.
Someone say I don't. Who?
You know what?
I heard someone.
It could be a simulation.
Hold on, Don. You know what?
I heard someone say I don't. I don't.
You don't what?
I just heard someone say I don't. I wondered, like, when you say, like, or you like Africa, or were you born in Africa, something like that. But I heard someone say I don't. I just don't. Yeah.
But no, you're fading away. So, all right, I just had to go by what you say. You know what I mean? Because you bring a certain knowledge here, and the brother agreed. So, and I don't want to come off on the wrong foot. So that's why I'm asking you. So if you are, when you say you I have to take your word on, I don't want to insult you because I don't want to chase nobody away, man. You know, but I have to ask the question because I like people to be straight up and honest with me. You know, woolly hair, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you said you had woolly hair, you know, but like if you on your phone or a laptop?
I'm in my computer, but the screen is not that good, so I have to maybe.
Okay, so you're on a laptop, computer, right? So if you look at the bottom of the screen and to your far left, you're going to see mute. You're going to see mute mic, and then you're going to see start cam. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, hit start cam. Hit start cam.
Should I like? I did show my face a few minutes ago.
Did you? Okay. Sham, did you see it? Okay. All right. Well, my apologies.
I've been here before.
Yes, and it sounded like it to me too, but I was because my brother said he don't.
He been here before.
Oh, he was? Okay. All right. Well, hey, listen, I just got to be sure. You know how. Hey, Andre, you know how we rock over here. Okay.
No, he looked like Jake to me. I seen him before. That's why I say. Remember last time I was like, oh, he good. I know. As far as I ain't judging man of his accent, but I did see him before. That's why I had let him on. I was like, I remember him. That's why I had let him on. Didn't tell him to turn his camera on.
Okay, all right. Well, all right. So don't be offended. It's just the paper bag test. That's all.
You know, there's other factors. There's other factors. I mean, the difference between, like, you know, nephew Kadari when he comes on and he speaks, and this young man Andre, you know, it's all about how you've been assimilated. And I know what was getting you questioning. I know what's getting you questioning, Qanath.
Well, that's good. But you know what?
It was that hard ER. It was that hard ER.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. And it's no disrespect towards you, Andre.
It ain't no disrespect.
Let me answer the question, because the question, Clarissa. Why is this important? Put the link in the room, Clarissa. I mean, somebody put the link in the room and come on the air, and I'll tell you why. Right? Because it's very important, because for so many years, right, none of y'all got your okay, I don't know what you're trying to say. But it's very important, right? It's very important that we understand who we're speaking to and who is being honest with us. So Shah Sam gave the green light, so I will rock with that. Now you heard the brother said, my bad then. I'm checking for my family at FOPE. So he apologized for that, Andre, because that's what we do. You know, and because I kind of remember you too. So that's why I said South Africa. I remember last time I talked to a brother from South Africa. I do hear the African accent, though. You know, but I'm gonna tell you why it's important, sister, because it's very important that we know who we're speaking to. The topic of this program is basically who's Israel. They saying Hispanics are Israelites, and we saying no. Right? And we've actually had people on here who perpetrated, and then I looked at their name and found them, and found their grandfather, grandmother, and everything, and mother, and they there's no way. We had one guy who was from the Philippines or the islands, and he looked brown like us, but he had this head on. And I said, take
New Zealand.
Head. What was he?
New Zealand.
New Zealand. I said, take the head off. I said, you have black straight hair. He said no. And as we kept talking, he took it off, and it was Elvis Presley.
It's a new
died, fried, laid to the side. That's all.
It's a new person in the room. I don't know who this is.
Yeah, let them on. Let them on, because they asked a question. They said, "Why is this important?" So, can you show your face? Can you show your face? Hello, we got you. Hello.
Hold on, I'm trying to work this thing.
Carissa.
Okay. Yeah, if you look to the when you see it, you're gonna see if you're on your laptop, it's gonna say mute to the left.
I'm on the phone.
When you came on, it should have said camera on or off. Did you see where you pressed the camera on?
Oh, okay. Okay, I see it.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah, well, we don't see you though. We see the elephant. Okay, it's coming on now.
Shalom, sister. Most of
you're a Negro all the way.
Yes. All the way. Yes. I'm trying to put my thing on here so I can have to cover my head a little bit. I got all these dreads now.
Right, sister. So we marching down the street, right? And we're in a fight together, right? And don't you want somebody besides you that you know that's you is going to fight for you? You know what I mean? So that's why it's very important. And he understands that. That's why he's still on here, because he understands that. You understand?
Okay.
But, yeah, I'm glad you came.
But he said he already. He said he already showed his face.
But I didn't see it, and one of my bros looking out for us. That's all.
No, see the thing is, we get so many people to come on our program. Sometimes we forget. I remember, but I stepped away from the computer for a while. That's when I came back on.
I saw his face, man.
I seen
him
before, so I was letting them know. But we get a lot of people on our program. They might be here a while, then they might not come back for 2 months later, pop back up, because people from all over the world.
I remember his voice.
So we don't remember everybody all the time. I remember because he was on here recently. That's
what you say, Dre?
Yeah, I haven't been for a while. I have so many other things, like, you know.
Yeah,
things to
so
do.
I remember him though.
Okay.
Like, it's important because, like I said, they get on here. Last time these people came on, they was in the chat. Then next thing you know, they kept saying nigger, and we stopped doing that now. Just like people on, and because they be disguising themselves and they'll put somebody else's avatar and put somebody else's name on here and acting like somebody else that they see on the show all the time to come up here and just cause confusion. So
they actually JT. They actually used your picture, JT, one time. And came on here, nigga. I said, "Oh my goodness!"
Oh Lord!
And I was on the program already.
I remember that day, man.
Hey, sister, go ahead, because it's been a minute to have a sister here other than Neftali. So go ahead, speak. You got the show, you got the platform.
Well,
how long you been watching?
Oh Lord, I just ran up on this not too long ago, but I do know that.
Go ahead.
I have been researching, and I know that there are some Northern Kingdom. I had just discovered not too long ago that they're actually in Africa. And then there's like the Lima tribe, the Igbo, Yoruba, and going through like all of I just recently did my DNA test and everything. And pretty much everything that they're talking about is adding up. So it made more sense to me. I'm like, okay, yeah, I really am a Hebrew, because look at my DNA. Look what they're talking about. Like they're already over there. Like they're still over there. And I think the only tribes that got dispersed was like Judah, Benjamin, and what was it? Some of Ephraim, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, actually, when you read James 1:1, you have your Bible on you?
Yeah.
I want you to. You can turn your camera off if you like, since we ain't got to see your whole house. Nice house. But
Thank you.
But if you read James 1:1, right, or Deuteronomy 32:26, either one of them.
Okay, hold on.
And then we let you back in, Kendra and Andre. Let y'all finish up on your dialogue. Then JT, I want you to holler. John P. Y'all go. I'm gonna fall back for a little bit, but read that real quick. And while you're getting that, how long you been into this knowledge, knowing that you're an Israelite? Because you know the doctrine out here is saying that you can sleep with a Hispanic. You know that's the doctrine now, right? and you're the seed of your father, right? And when you look at history, right, over the past 40 years, father, or 50 years, you ain't see all this. And when you look at all the history, right, over the past 40 years, when you see the history, when you look at the history, you didn't see all this mixing. Now, over the past, I would say 15 years or less, you see what happens, because a lot of times the children don't come out looking like the mom or dad. Case in point, look at Dre Baby. Case in point, look at Tiger Woods' dad and mom. Look at Tiger Woods. Look at Tiger Woods' children, right? So when you look at that, all this is important. Are we saying to hate them and all that? No, we just letting you know that this can happen, and what it does is it destroys your DNA. You know, I was under the illusion that black people gene was the dominant gene, and it seemed like it's not. You know, because we like unique. You know, but read James 1:1. You got it, sis? You got it? We can't hear you. Kendra Dre, y'all open back up your dialogue till the sister come back.
Yeah, quick point. When she's saying the Northern Kingdom, Southern, there really ain't such thing. There's no such thing as really no Northern Kingdom and no Southern Kingdom. It's just Israelites scattered abroad. That's it, man.
That's it. That's what I was trying to get her to read. You know, because we everywhere. We scatter everywhere. You know, you may have some so-called tribes here, and I say so-called because I don't think we all know exactly. You know, but I will say this. And black people here, we was only taught this to be arrogant, right? Because we think we know every damn thing. And in actuality, a lot of Africans know more than us. They've been there. It was Israel before we knew. You know. Go ahead, sis. You back? Can you read James 1:1? And we're not the dominant gene. You're right, Neff. You back, sis? We have.
Okay, James 1:1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, James, the servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
To the 12 tribes scattered among the nations, greetings.
No, it's supposed to say 12 tribes.
To the 12 tribes
scattered abroad.
Scattered among the nations.
Like what book you reading out of?
King James. Hold on, let me see.
It's supposed to say scattered abroad.
Hold on, let me see which version this is here.
But among the nations is many countries, so that they're not just in one spot. And it say 12 tribes, man, they were all scattered everywhere. We read Deuteronomy 32:26, right? Read Deuteronomy 32:26, and I'm gonna fall back. Let y'all go ahead. This give everybody, y'all brothers, just give each other a chance to speak. Read Deuteronomy 32:26, sister.
Hey, Qanath, I'm about to go hop in bed, and I'm gonna hop on. I'm gonna hop on my phone because I'm tired. I ain't gonna lie.
All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna hop on my phone.
32. I'm trying to find it real quick.
Deuteronomy 32:26. And don't be go ahead. You got it. Sometimes you watch this program, we might be a little fiery and all that because we've been in this for a while, and you have people who've been on here for a while and they understand our passion, you know. But when you read the scripture is passion and fire and all that, you know, all that. That's why Don P and JT, they be going. Go ahead, read that. Deuteronomy 32:26. All
right. It said I would scatter them and erase their name from human memory.
Right. Okay, it said, I don't have, it says, I will scatter thee, right? So he's going to scatter us, right?
Right.
He says he's going to make the name.
Right.
Now, I want you to watch this real quick, bro, y'all don't mind, because this is very important. This is why I asked you what book you was reading. So I'm going to read the same verse you read, but it's something they took out, and how dare them take this part out. This is the book of Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 26. And I want you to read yours one more time. Read it.
Okay, it said I would scatter them and erase their name from human memory.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's see. Okay, it's the same thing, but it says, I said, I will scatter them into the corners. I will make the remembrance of them to cease from amongst men. Now, there's one more, if y'all brothers can help me. I think it's, what's the verse they took out? Was it, because I'm trying to figure out what book you're reading. Give me Matthew's 18:11, or, yeah, see, is that? Give Matthew's 18:11. I want to see if that's in your book. Because I know one Bible, so-called Bible, they actually took it out. Matthew's 18:11. And then if not, then I'm gonna let y'all brothers go ahead and dialogue. Matthew's 18:11.
For the Son of Man is come to save them which were lost.
Yeah, there we go. Is that in your book?
Hold on, I'm almost there.
Mm-hmm.
18:11.
18:11.
Yeah, it's not in there.
Wait a minute. The Bible, don't you know the Bible says don't add or take away? That's in the book of Revelation
22:15.
Okay. I mean, because it actually goes from 10 and then it says 12. Like 11 is not in there.
Now, should we erase the word of God?
No.
So what you should do with that Bible?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Think about it, sis. In that Bible, I don't have my notes with me, but in that Bible that you're reading is over 60-something verses has been taken out.
Mm.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't even try to hide it. It goes straight from 10 to 12.
Right. So read what it said again, JT, so she can know what she didn't, what they took out. They didn't want you to know. It says, I got it. It says, for the Son of Man is come to save that which was lost. Who's lost? The Israelites. When you read Matthew 24, I believe it was 15 or 15:24. He said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But why would they take that out? Because there's many precepts on that. So that book that you have, you need to throw that in the toilet. They took a verse out. What that said in Revelations, JT? Add and take away. I think it's 22:18. Let's see.
They didn't want to put the book of Revelations in there.
I got this book of Revelation, chapter 22, verse 18. For I testify unto every man. You hear me, sister? For I testify. This is Revelation chapter 22, verse 18. You get that last book of the Bible. See what yours say. Revelation chapter 22, verse 18. For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. Verse 19. And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city and from the things which are written in this book. Now, what do
in this particular one, it actually goes from 18 to 20.
Now read it. Read verse 18.
What? Okay, well, 18 says, I warn everyone who hears the words of the prophecy of this scroll. If anyone adds anything to them, God will add that person the plagues described in the scroll. And if anyone takes words away from the scroll of the prophecy, God will take away from that person any share in the tree of life and the holy city, which were described in the scroll. And then it goes straight to 20.
So you see, they took out Revelation. I mean, we just read it in Matthew's
was that?
Revelation
1811.
19.
1811. They took that out. The book that you have, they took it out. And there's many other verses. I don't have my notes with me. They took out of that book. There's a lot of verses in the book of Mark they took out of the book that you have. In the book that you have, I believe it's the NIV. If you research it, it was written by the same people who wrote the book of Satan. That's why I asked you what book you was reading.
NIV. It's real small. You know, I wear glasses now. I can't.
Right.
But yeah, it does look like it's the NIV version.
So let me ask you, what you gonna do with that book?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to like toss this to the side here.
Yeah. But you gotta do more than toss to the side. I'm gonna tell you why, because you might have a grandchild one day, right? Because you know, you seem real young, or a cousin or niece or nephew, or anybody come and pick up that book and start reading from it. Because that's one lie that you didn't know was in there. Meaning there's more lies in there. You know what I mean? So if they take that out very cleverly, right? Because a lot of times when they say they want to hide something from a black person, what they do? They put it in the book, right? Because what we do, we listen to pastor. So I want to get back on the topic, but I hope the Most High guided you here to get that right there. That was taken out. It was taken out. And you should throw that away, because in that same book, it just told you they shouldn't take out, but they took it out. That's a hypocrite. The Bible speaks on a hypocrite. So that book you read is a hypocrite.
It's garbage.
Right.
Q, can I say something to her?
Yeah, go ahead. Y'all go ahead. I'm gonna mute up for a minute.
All right. Go to Luke 168 in your Bible and see what it says. And then I'm gonna read it from my Bible.
Okay. Luke 1:68.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It says, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, because he has come to his people and redeemed them."
All right. Now we'll listen to what it say in Luke 168. Blessed be the Lord, God of Israel, for he hath visited and redeemed his people. Do it sound the same?
No.
Okay then. So basically what Q telling you, that book you're reading is trash. Throw it away.
Sister, go to your book and get Matthew 23:14.
I'll let you guys keep on. I have to go now. But
okay. Hey, thanks for coming on. But this was a teaching moment, so that's why I had to interrupt. But thanks for coming on. We gotta let this go.
Yeah, I do believe that Kadir, he may educate you guys a lot about many Bantu histories.
Yeah, me too. Most High bless. Thank you. Yeah, so go to Matthew 23.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom. Go to Matthew 23:14, sister, and read that.
It actually doesn't have it. It goes from 13 to 15.
Now you want to hear what 14 says? 14 says this. This is why they took it out. Verse 14 say, "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees and hypocrites, for ye devour widows' houses, and for a..." Hold on, put my glasses on. Damn. Here we go. I'm gonna start it all over. "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayers. Therefore ye shall receive the greater damnation." See, they don't want you to know that, so they took it out. Sister, go to Luke 1:68. My brother. Qanath. Should I go verse 15 through 39? Not 15 through 39. I'm not gonna read all the verses. No, we're not gonna read all the verses.
I'm making a point. I'm making a point.
Yeah. Hey, sister, go to Luke 1:68.
You hear me, Q?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we did that already.
Okay, 1:68.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You did?
Yeah, it says, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, because He has come to His people and redeemed them."
Right. Okay. Right. But it's so many more. So that book, you can't just set it to the side. You got to get rid of that. You got to throw that out your house. That means the devil then creeped in and unawares. Because you was not aware. And think about it, sis. When you first read the first verse, I knew you had something wrong. I said, sister, what book you reading out of? Right. And now, when you go to church, you still go to church, right?
I don't go to church.
Was the pastor reading out? That's the NIV. Was the pastor reading out the NIV?
Yeah, he was.
So that's
reading
why
out the NIV.
Right. That's why that verse take it out. It says, "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees," and all that, because think about it. He don't want to read that. So they had to make sure in their seminary school, right? Seminary to mean the dead.
Seminary school.
Right. They seminary school. He don't want to read that to you guys.
He be condemning himself.
He be condemning himself. So they took it out.
Yeah. And I'm surprised I even got one of these things in my house, because one of the reasons why I got out of the church was because they kept coming up with all these different Bibles.
Yep. Did the pastor come to the house?
They kept coming. I'm like, why?
Did the pastor want to come to the house?
I mean, he came to my house before.
Whoa, sister!
You know,
that's what they always do.
No, he came. He had like I this was like way back in the early 2000s. I was still like a teenager, right? So, he would come, but his wife would come and his kids would come, because we were all cool and all. But I stopped going to the church around about 2010. I mean, it was just too much stuff, too much pastor worship to me. It's too many things going on in the church that I just wasn't cool about. Like, why is everything got to be about the pastor and not God?
I get what Sister's saying. I get what Sister's saying too. I really do. I really do.
Do you feel?
Before you ask that question, somebody put this up here. I don't. That's she insinuated that's scripture not there. Give me Mark 11:26, sister, and then JT, you go ahead and ask your question.
Okay.
All y'all go ahead. But Mark 11:26.
Mark 11:26.
Man, if that's not in there, that's a heck of a scripture, and that's red. A few of these scriptures was red, just mean Christ was speaking. They took away from Christ, his words.
Okay. Oh.
Most High bless all of y'all.
Yeah, they oh wow. Okay, it goes from 22 and then it jumps down to 27.
22 and all the way to 27, sis?
I'm not even kidding you.
You want to hear what 26 say, sis? Watch what it says here. It says, but if ye do not forgive, neither will your Father which is in heaven forgive your trespass. But you said jump to 20 through 27. Now, guess what it says? 22, it says, and Jesus answered, saying unto them, have faith in the Most High. Now, from 23, sis, all the way to 26 that they took out is all in red. This is Christ speaking. All of his words. And I'm going to read it to you. All this is red, not black, right? It says, verse 23, sis, for verily I say unto you, that whosoever shall say unto this mountain, be thou removed and be thou cast into the sea, and shall not doubt his heart, but shall believe that those things which he said shall come to pass. He shall have whatsoever he saith. Verse 24. Therefore I say unto you, what things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. Verse 25. And when ye stand praying, forgive if ye have aught against any, that your Father also which in heaven may forgive you your trespass. Verse 26. But if ye do not forgive, neither will your Father which is in heaven forgive your trespass. Sis, they took it all. They took 23 and 26 out, and it jumped to 27. That's a cup half full. What the hell kind of book is that? And that pastor, you see now, you still know people in that church. Now you got a duty. You get a strong black man that know the word. And if you don't know the word, then you go in there and warn your people. Say, why? Oh, you ask the pastor, hey, pastor, what's up, man? They took this out. Then you're gonna find out he's a man of the Lord.
Yeah, I haven't been there in a long time. I'm just Facebook friends with them and stuff. Like the pastor actually passed away, but I'm still like Facebook friends with his kids and all. But I did steer away from that. I did go to one of the camps, the Israelite camps and stuff for a while, for a few years.
I asked you, PK.
I was with
shit on your case.
IUIC.
IUIC.
Oh no.
Oh goodness.
But I got out because during the time I was in there was a girl off in, I think, England or London or something. Yeah. She done came up missing.
Jim Morgan.
They didn't with nobody. Yeah, and then there was some beef they had with this brother named Judah, and they was wishing death threats on him. I'm like, okay, let me just step back up out of here.
Let me ask you a personal question real quick. How long was you in that school?
It was only a couple of years.
Okay, how much money you give them?
I didn't give them anything.
Good.
I didn't give them anything. Like they said, tithes and offering and all. But I was like, okay, I done been through some things with the church, and I just want to see if this was like the church. Like I basically came there for like learning and everything. But then you don't pay tithes, but you have you don't pay tithes, but they have
offering. You should have sent their ass a sheep.
Some letters.
Now you said you went to IUIC, right?
Yeah.
I know the nigga that started the IUIC. Personally know the nigga.
Okay.
Is that raising head? Is it raising
that's Ray. That's Nathaniel.
No, raising head. Raising head.
Yeah, that whatever, man.
Yeah, it was something about him.
He's satanic, man. He's satanic.
Yeah, because it was something about him that irked my soul. And if every time I said something to it, they just gave me a certain look. So I was just reading the vibes. I was like, okay, I see that this is your pastor that you actually worship. It's like these people worship this man.
Check it out.
Even though I get a
JT.
Yeah.
JT.
Do you know? I know people that know personally when that nigga was approached by the Rosicrucians. They made that nigga take the bag and told him that he had to do what he did. You know what I'm saying? That's why he's the biggest of the franchises that you see. All right, because he took the most money. You know what I'm saying? When you look at, check this out. When you look at their garments, I'm gonna let you get down. Sorry, cut you out.
No, go.
When you look at them niggas' garments, you can see that they Masonic garments. You ever look at them? Look at the Mason. Look at the Masons and the aprons they got, and look at them niggas' garments, and they got the same damn thing.
Yeah, and I don't want to interrupt you because I'm a big conspiracy theorist. And I've been like looking. I used to look up on the Masons and stuff, and then the hand gestures, the outfits and stuff. I'm like, okay, this is just too
obvious.
Too like it's
Sister,
too
can
obvious.
I validate
and
you?
then if you
can I validate you?
Yeah.
If you want to understand hand gestures and signs and all of that, look up Look, wait,
Hold on,
sister.
don't give her that information. She don't even know what that stuff means.
Nah, he threw up. He threw up. He throws up the devil horns
you know what? I'm
all
gonna
the
get you, bro.
time.
I'm gonna come to the East Coast and get you, Qanath.
Don't tell her that.
But
hey, look up Mantra and Dogma. That's the name of the book.
Don't read it.
Now that book was written by Albert Pike. The only non-governmental individual to have a statue dedicated to him in Washington, D.C. You go and look that up and see. If you really want to go deep, understand the meaning of Columbia.
Yep.
Now, Qanath, I'm going to knock you upside your head if you don't leave me alone. I love you, bro.
Hey, look, check this out.
We're going to talk next week because
I
got stuff moving and shaking, bro. I got stuff moving and shaking.
Hey, real quick, Most High blessed Oracle. Haven't seen you in a minute. Hallelujah. Also, I don't know if they took it down, right? You can look because they under a 501c3. And we had exposed them, I would say, about 8-9 years ago. When you look it up, they didn't call themselves an Israelite church or even a Christian church. They said they was Islamic. You still probably can find it.
Ooh.
You can look that up. It's still that way. They ain't changed it.
It says Islamic. So let me ask you this. This is another personal question, and you have to answer it. Because if you was in that church for a few years, that means you followed that chart. Okay?
Oh, see, that's another thing I had a problem with. Because I know the Mexicans. Okay, the history is that they killed off majority of the men, and then the Spaniards raped the women. So them people out there, those are Spaniards. Now there are black Mexicans, and they get treated the same way we do.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
No, that was in the islands of Puerto Rico. What you talking about?
Oh, I thought I could have sworn it was
no Taínos.
Mexico. They have a history. In Mexico, they do have a history because Columbus didn't actually come to America. He went out there to South America and Mexico. There was conquistadors in Mexico. Those are Spaniards' kids. Yeah. Majority of Spaniards' kids. And then they said the Indians, but most of them they're Siberians. You can look up Siberia today, and they look like the same people. Them the same people.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what?
They Russian and Chinese.
Sister, the Most High gave you a good judge of what's the word I'm looking for?
Character.
No, it's not character. You know, you have a good insight. You know, and that's good to keep your eyes. That's good to keep your eyes and mind open.
Right.
To actually see what's going on. And I give the Most High all praises because he brought you out of that. And we don't take no credit at all because if people on the comment board gave us scriptures, you know, and I'm just happy for you. You know, you keep the walk that the Most High is giving you to walk with and warn the flock. You know, your eyes have been open now, so you cannot turn back around. Love your people, you know, and you're doing the right thing. You know, you're doing the right thing. I would say don't be discouraged. Just like you went into that with an open mind and loving your people. And that's why you fall behind a purple people eaters. Right?
hey, Qanath. I want to encourage the sister and give her a little bit of something to look up. Sis, look up who founded the city of LA. Okay. Who founded the city of Los Angeles? Look at that history. Look back because, you know, Caliphas was them until some things happened. And you really got to understand about us and how we got down. And so you're going to see the mixture of them people and our people and how all that Southern California got down. So check out that history.
Oh, you know what? Also, Oracle is so right, and we've been saying this for a minute. Oracle, I wish you come on here because you know your history is heavy too. Sorry. That logic itself tell you that 12 tribe chart is off. If they say you the seed of your father, but in war, especially back then, who do they send to war? Men. So if the so-called white man came over here to America or the Americas, right, in war, and they saying, well, the reason why they look a certain way because they mix, right? So if they mixed, the women will only mix with the white man. They women that come over here and go to war with them, like any man. Right. I don't care if you're a preacher or whatever. Any man that hasn't been with a woman traveling all over the damn sea and come over here and see a woman, hey, no, let's be real. So if all they men came over here, they rape women, and you have to be in that line. That's just a fact.
And the Spaniards are famous for that.
To rape and pillage. That's their history.
No doubt.
Starling, can you put the link in the room? My brother, neighborhood Hebrew, want to come on. And Oracle gonna come on. Go ahead, JT.
Yeah, and the Spaniards has got a history of rape wherever they went.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But not only the Spaniards, but if we go back in our history, all these tribes of Japhet and so forth, what did they do? You know? And we got to look back and be honest. If the Most High didn't tell us to just totally annihilate a whole nation, what did we do? We took their virgins.
Yep.
Okay? So, you know, we got to look at the real side of the world if we're looking at history. But the Most High, what he said is always going to trump any type of interpretation or directive that man has taken.
Anybody else will say.
That they have taken.
Right.
Because that's not the Most High's way. So when we and see folks get it twisted when they look at the scripts, which is basically our nation's history, okay, which also encompasses our nation's laws.
No doubt.
They get it twisted.
Right. Hey, go ahead, Oracle. Go ahead, Oracle. Most High bless. Glad. Long time no see. Hallelujah. Give us some of that knowledge, sis. All that.
Shalom, Elder. Shalom, everybody.
Shalom.
Y'all mentioned about Spain. Okay. Where do I start? Okay, this is the argument that they like to say that I've seen. They're all mixed up. You know, they mix with the Spanish, they mix. But the same thing happened to us here. But we don't look like that. We don't look like the Hispanics. We didn't turn in and morph into another people. People don't just morph. You know, and I tell them, if you know your history, you would know why that is. The Spanish under Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, they were commissioned to come here to get the gold and pillage the land because, you know, Puerto Rico means, you know, rich port.
Yep.
Right? The land because, you know, Puerto Rico means, you know, rich port.
Yep.
So, right? The land because, you know, Puerto Rico means, you know, rich port.
Yep. Hey, mute yourself out, Don, because you got an echo going.
Puerto Rico means, you know, rich port.
Hey, mute yourself out, Don, because you got an echo going.
Puerto Rico means, you know, rich port.
Hey, mute yourself out. Go ahead, sis. I muted Don up because he got an echo. Go ahead, sis.
Okay. And so the Spanish never went to the land to claim the land as their home. That was the difference between the Spaniard and the English that came over here. The English were looking for their new homes. They came here with their women. The Spanish didn't. They didn't bring the Spanish women to the quote unquote new world. They just went there with their military, with their ships, with the Spanish armadas and the fleets. and subjected the people. They didn't go back to Spain and say, well, let me go sleep with my wife. Why would they do that when they could just take the women of the land? It was different from the English. That's why we didn't morph into another people, because the English came here and they settled, unlike the Spanish. They went there, raped and pillaged the people, the land, and took the gold and brought it back to Spain. You know, they had no intention of settling South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. They sowed their seed, took what they took, and left the land basically like you see it today. And that was never the intention of the English. They were looking for a new home. They were put out of Europe and they come here, pilgrims. But they came with their wives. So they slept with their wives. They may have raped people here and there, but not in like the Spanish did. And people never really talk about that history. Like, it's a staunch difference. You know, people don't just come over here and just morph into something had to happen. And that's what happened to them. And I don't know why they shy away from that history, you know, but it is what it is. Because the same thing happened to us here. So why that didn't happen to us?
But sis, check this out. I want everybody to think about this. You mean a few men came on some boats and they made the whole population of South America change? You got 30 and 40 and 50 and 60 million. It's 12 countries in South America. And look up all the people in Argentina.
Yeah, and not to cut you off, Elder, they were shipping Europeans. They were shipping Germans. They were shipping, I think it was the English.
Most Argentinians Italian, of Italian descent.
Yeah, because they have a thing called adelantar la raza, to whiten up the race. Because like you got the model, the most famous model of our time, Gisele Bündchen, is a Brazilian, but if you check her, Bündchen is not a Portuguese last name. That's a German name.
That's right.
Because she comes from them people who were sent there intentionally to whiten up the population. That's what they did. They were paid to go there and settle there and got land to go in there and intentionally have sex with the women and have these, what you see now. A lot of these people don't, a lot of the ancestors don't even go back to Spain. Some of it is German. Some of it is Italian. And dare I say, some of it is Arabic. With the Mexicans, a lot of them go back to Arabia. They're Arabs.
I proved that too. I was telling people years ago that a lot of them are Arabic and Filipino.
Yes. Salma Hayek is Arab.
She's
hold tight real quick.
Can I get in on this?
Hold tight real quick. Let my brother speak real quick. Let you right back in. Long time no here, brother. Most high bless. How things going?
Man, I'm doing great, y'all. Y'all know I just got back from Latin and Central America, so y'all talking about something that's kind of dear to me. And let's talk about them Spanish for a minute, y'all. I just left Nicaragua and I was down there for 3 months. And Granada, which is the oldest city in Americas, which was settled by Spain. And let's talk about those Spanish for a minute, because they were very different. And not just that they didn't come to settle. Y'all know that, and when you get down into Costa Rica, there's a difference, y'all, because the British settled one part of the country and the Spanish settled the other part of the country. What you will notice is all of the places that the British settled, there are people who look just like me and you, who speaks the English.
Because the British came over with their wives.
Correct. So all of those, when you get down into Nicaragua, when you get on what they call the Mosquito Coast, and this goes for Costa Rica and Panama too, along that Caribbean coast where the slave ports are, all of those are people that look just like me and you. And all of those, even though these are Spanish-speaking countries, speak English more so than they speak Spanish. And when you get down there and you get amongst them, yeah, you can see some of the inbreeding, but that's mostly from the truth, not the Spaniard, but from the British guy. He didn't do a lot of inbreeding. He did bring his wife, but those Spanish was coming over here just knocking folk off and going back, taking gold, going back, leaving. And you can, when you get down into those areas, you can see how two distinctive cultures are trying to be mingled and we're trying to throw it all into one gumbo, and it's not. There are two totally distinctive stories behind that.
Sounds
Hey,
like America.
let me ask you something real quick, because I've been watching some of your videos. You down there, and let me say this, bro. You brave as hell, because I seen some of the videos of you and them little small rental, what is it, buggies or something?
Bungalows.
What you talking about? The boats, the little bungalows I be staying, because most of those places, y'all, are still very old world. So most of your transportation, whether you believe it or not, is still boats, buggies. Man, you still see horse and carriage and car. Most of those places are still
I saw you in the
very old
buggies,
world.
I saw you in the buggies, and I saw you riding down in the daytime, in the nighttime, and alone. And I'm seeing the people around you. And I'm like praying for my brother, but I said I know he's getting a lot of information. So I mean, this enlightens us a little bit more, because people need to know this, man. Now let me say this, and I want to say this to everybody. I'm pretty sure that he can tell us how they treated him down there. It seems like a lot of them may be nice to you, because you're American. But how was that feel down there?
Well, for me, and I was down there with a couple of Africans too that were also down there. Well, because for some reason, y'all, there's a lot of black people from all over the world, from different parts, flooding into that area of the world. So for me, I don't think people really look at you as much as your skin color compared to the fact that you are American and you got $1 in your pocket. Mm-hmm. But it's more of the sense that I get. And for me personally, everybody has always treated me very well. And the one thing that I could say about them, and this may just become because of circumstances, at the end of the day over here, y'all, and this goes especially for my people, we are so petty about every damn thing. Everything is a problem. Nobody is thankful for anything. We have more than most people on this planet, and nobody is thankful. So when you're down there and you're noticing people trying to get $2 a day just so they can eat, and they going back home to a dirt floor, but they're smiling and they're pleasant, and you're wondering why. Well, I'm looking at their ghettos and their hoods, and they look more run down than ours. So why are they not as violent as we are? And that's the things that just throw me for a loop. They try to say that violence is bred by poverty. I disagree with that.
Hey, let me say something. Let me hop in real quick, and I'm gonna let you back in, Sis, and let everybody back in. But I haven't heard from this brother in a while, or Oracle, so I want to kind of get him the floor a little bit. This is something that I think is very important, what you just said. My wife and I was riding today, and a car was made us miss the damn light. And my wife and I was like, damn it, right? And it was something else, something happened. But when I looked around, I'm driving a nice car. We went to a nice little fancy restaurant and all this stuff. And I said, baby, you know what? She said, what? I said, we do an awful lot of damn complaining. I said, and when you look around, I understand why we do the complaining per se, but you really look at the world and look where we are. That's because we allow other people to affect us, and they don't have to affect us in the mind, right? You don't have to affect us in the mind.
Yes.
And you look, everybody that's on this channel right now got AC and heat. If you was in a situation, you found a home or a vehicle, or you can even catch a bus or a subway, right? It's easy for you to go to a doctor or an emergency room or call 911 for help. So when I look at all this, I say, well, wait a minute. I don't like this place because this other place really is better because it's more so they're happy kicking the can. Right?
They are.
You know what I mean?
Hey, and the brilliance, and here's the brilliance in that. Because we're stuck in the house playing PlayStations and all of these high-priced electronic games. There's no more kids in the street. You don't see people literally in the streets anymore. When you in those places, people are steadily in the streets. They're getting up every morning because most of them ain't got refrigerators at home. They're getting up every morning, going into the markets, getting fresh fruit and food, and coming back home every day. So they're not so caught up into the fantasy world that we're caught off in. We're oversexed, and people always talk about places in Latin America. No, we're oversexed because everywhere you turn on is porn, and you can't feed people all of these images and think that they're not going to want them. They're never going to be content with anything they have because you're feeding them images constantly of all of this stuff that they don't need, but it becomes a want. And now you're willing to do anything for these wants, including step over other people.
Yeah.
And those are just the things that I noticed. Somebody down there have their last, or they're on dirt floors and they'll have one bag of sugar. And you got everything to build a cake. And they'll give you half of that sugar just so and won't want anything in return. They're still free and giving, and we have become so self-centered, and that's because we have so much, and most people don't even think about it.
I'm gonna let Oracle back in. I'm sorry, I'm gonna let Oracle back in, but I think what it is because we actually become what we preach against, brothers and sisters. We actually become that. We actually become the devil.
We became our oppressor.
we
have become our oppressor.
Yeah, we come the devil. That's why a lot of us don't like Africans, right? I'm like, are you serious? You know, we be in most nations today, it's a lot of hatred going on for black people. We know that, right? Because this nation teach them to hate us, right? But overall, think about it, bro. This overall, you got it made, man.
And you can see it too. Hey, and you can really see it too. Like when I'm sitting other places and I'm sitting back, when I'm looking back, I can tell you who the American is, no matter, even when I'm around other black people, I can tell you who the American is right off the bat.
Yeah.
Whether he's black, white, anything, just by his actions, his attitude. He's not trying to blend in. He's trying to be the damn clown. He want everybody to see him. He want everybody to know he got more than that. He becomes, now I ain't the poor nigga no more. So now look at me. And that, man, I don't understand that psychological. I don't understand that. How can you come from an oppressed people and want to go somewhere else and put them under the same conditions that you're running from, and now you want to be the white man?
We've been taught that, and I'm gonna let you in, or we've been taught that. One of my brothers, I think his brother here now, said, or was it somebody else from so-called Africa, said, you know, you could see them men or young boys, I would say young boys, walking down the street with one arm around other brother, and they could be talking, laughing, he and her, and they hugging each other on around the neck part, not around the waist part, around the neck part, talking shit.
And it means nothing.
It means
nothing.
It means nothing. But now in this day society, like, what the hell, right?
That's true.
That's a fact. That's a fact. You know, so yeah, but Oracle, come on back in, sis. And then Israel Judah.
Hey, I mean, if they on the floor and they got a bag of sugar and they don't got air conditioning, that's on them. Because when they come here and join right up with the white people. They don't give a damn about that.
Correct.
So they can stay right where they at because their struggle is not our struggle. They come here and eat off our backs. And if I have an air conditioner, a nice car, a refrigerator to store my food, that ain't even enough because my people built this place. I'm supposed to have everything that my family sacrificed to have on our land. If their civilization is belly up, they don't have refrigeration, well, that's too bad on them.
You know what I think it is, though? And you're 100% right. I think.
Let me get on that. Let me get on that real quick.
Let me say one word. I think what it is, sister.
Okay.
Appreciation.
That's where I'm coming from.
We don't appreciate the fight that our brothers and sisters did so we can have this. right? And they don't appreciate
Correct.
what we've done, and they come and take advantage of what we fought for, and they don't respect that aspect of it. But go ahead.
Yeah, that was my point too. It's nothing about the fact that they don't have. I could care less either. I'm just saying, from my people as a whole, we're still mean mugging each other, nasty to each other, like we got some real problems, and we really don't have those type of problems. Our problem now is getting connected with the Most High. We don't really have that. All of us got AC. All of us got heat. So why we can't be spending our time trying to connect instead of fighting and mean mugging? And that's the point that I was coming from, not the fact that I give a damn if they suffer or not. I could care less. We built this country. We're supposed to have everything we deserve, but we shouldn't be mean mugging, and we should still appreciate each other.
Yeah, because
I also wanted to say something.
And all that other shit, nobody don't care about us. Nobody. Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry, that Mighty Hebrew. Go ahead, sis. Don't finish up, but go ahead.
Which one? Because another lady was talking.
That was me. That was me. I just wanted to say something too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, because some years ago, I always had questions about what's the problem with the Africans and then African Americans. And I used to work with some. And I was real cool with a lot of them. And then I had, the issue came up. And I had asked him, I'm like, what's the deal with y'all? Like, why y'all come over here and y'all don't want to deal with us? And he told me that before he came here, that they tell them don't deal with African Americans.
Don't deal
like they're bad people. Yeah, said they don't do with them. Don't deal with them. I said, well, who told you that? He was like, well, some of the people, because over there, what they know about us is what the media shows them on TV. And then he said customs. I'm like, why would they tell you that? I guess over here, if customs will tell us something like that, it will be an issue. But I don't know how the customs over there, apparently they're telling them, don't deal with us. Like whatever you do, don't associate yourself with African Americans. I'm like, well, I had to let him know. I'm like, we're not all bad people. He said, I can tell, I can see, you know what I'm saying? I see it now. And I've heard that from several other ones that I bug the hell out of these people when they come over here. I'm like, you're not finna just ignore me. You sitting up here, I'm finna ask you questions. Like there's a lot of things I want to know, right? Because I'm supposed to be from Africa. So it's like, yeah, I need to ask you some questions. Like, what's the deal with y'all over here? Like, I'm happy to see you, but it's like you kind of shunning me here. What's the deal? And then they'll tell me that. And I'm like, I had about 5 people tell me the same thing. Like they tell us don't deal with y'all over here because y'all bad people. I'm like, well,
let me interrupt real quick, sis. Interrupt real quick and let Mighty Hebrew speak. We know it's curses too, and I hear everybody argument. And I think we all have great points. Do y'all think it could be a culture thing too? And the reason why I say,
explain to y'all. I'm about to explain to y'all why. You know why they tell them not to mingle and live amongst and work with Black American people? Because we are the only people that have a consistent history of fighting white supremacy. If you look at Africa, when one of their leaders die, the entire culture goes belly up. Everybody gives up the ghost and the revolution stops. We are the only people. That's why the picture of anything Black comes right here to us. Not nobody, nowhere on no village. Nowhere. Nigeria don't have a history of fighting white supremacy. Egypt they ain't fought white supremacists since they buried them pharaohs. Central Africa, they ain't had an answer for Leopold yet. South Africa ain't had an answer. They gave them people that land. They don't have a history of grinning at this beast like we do. So they tell them, I work with these people. I just fired one the other day. You were not gonna call my worker no damn Jarir because I know what you're saying. This is what they're raised like this. Their parents, it ain't got nothing to do with customs. It ain't got nothing to do with a culture. Their parents tell them this because guess what? When they come here, they get on TV, them foreigners, and they undermine us. African
Correct.
woman can't wait to get in America, England. They on TikTok with their white man. Nobody's noticing that.
Facts.
Yes.
That's
Hey,
an
sis,
African
I
brother
know
saying
some.
real quick. Hold
Can
on,
I
neighborhood Hebrew.
validate?
Hold
Can I
on,
validate
hold on.
what she?
But
Can I
brother,
validate what
hold on,
Oracle
everybody.
is saying?
Time out. Most High bless Prince Charlene Dean. Most High bless you, brother. Hallelujah. I ain't seen you in a minute. What's popping? Shalom, Prince.
Hallelujah. Shalom Ha Mashayach Yahawashi. This is Israel. How's the panel doing? How's the family doing?
Great, brother. Great.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good, good. Yeah. Y'all know me as the Mighty Hebrew. I'm live here in Tanzania, East Africa. I repatriated like last year, March of last year. What that sister was saying about the so-called Africans over here, most of them is absolutely correct. When you come over here to Africa, you see a whole nother different connotation, and you understand the social, geopolitical, as well as spiritual reasons as to why most so-called Africans move the way they do, according to what y'all saying, which is absolutely correct. When you understand the colonialistic behavior and ties that has punctured these so-called African nations, along with trying to spearhead our revolutionary rites of passages by the way of the Black Power movement, when you're talking about the Civil Rights movement, when you study many of these African leaders, such as Jomo Kenyatta, if you're talking about Kwame Nkrumah, all these different cats learned from so-called African Americans. And then they turn around and they look at us in a negative light. Like over here in Tanzania, you have over 125 tribes. 68% of them are Shemitic in origin, but their mind state is highly Eurocentric. I'm telling you, they worship the Mzungu. They worship the Mzungu as gods. Like, I live over here. This is just Tanzania alone. I've been to Uganda, I've been to Ghana, I've been to Dimona, Israel, all over throughout Africa. I've been in these areas. And most so-called Africans worship the white man. That's why when that sister said they go to their London flags or their New York penthouses, what they do, they jump on TikTok and they right there with the so-called white man. They literally look at the so-called white man as a god. I'm telling you, when you come over here, you'll see the deplorable state of the so-called African American, excuse me, the so-called African. But what I will tell y'all also, there are tons, I mean, upon tons of Israelite tribes over here in Africa. You have the Wahabrania, the Chaga, the Wayahudi, you got the Bene Musa, the sons of Moses. You have the Bene Yehudim, the sons of Judah. I'm talking about in Zimbabwe and South Africa and Tanzania, heavy in Kenya. So, you know, they're all over, but they still, yes.
What you think of the brother in South Africa, Malema? Julius Malema. What you think of that brother?
I like Malema. I'll be honest with y'all. I don't know if it's like that, but I like him because he said if he becomes president, he's actually going to change the country to a Hebrew name.
I mess with him too.
I like him.
I mess with him too. I was just wondering for somebody on the ground what you think, because I haven't been to Africa in about 15 years. So I know it's a lot of changes, and Africa is a continent, not a country. So I know there's a lot of different things going on there. I'm just wondering how is his movement affecting the continent?
Big time.
What I will tell you is what I will tell you is that people looking at him, but I'm also going to tell y'all something. The moves that we making out here right now in East Africa, by the way, Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalism, is literally spreading all over the continent. Like right now, like within the next 6 hours, I'll be taking a 15-hour trip from Moshi to Dar es Salaam to meet Hebrew delegates and repatriating delegates. We're in the process now of starting our own like sovereign community. We have like families over here. So in Dar alone, it might be over like 500 families that came from where I'm at. You probably have between Moshi to Arusha over 200 families. So what we're doing is we have a delegation, by the way, of Prince Asiel. They came out here through Kenya. As a matter of fact, you know, Elder Qanath, Pastor John Tatum is out here. He just got out here. Can you hear me, Elder?
I hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, the one that be with Lee Cummins. So
I know you're
he's
talking
out
about.
here now. So we're all gonna be meeting up to unite under one communalistic front in Tanzania, along with Kenya, building these repatriating communities. So the power is at hand. Everything is predicated on so-called Negroes in the West. If you notice, when they took
Always,
so-called Negroes out of Africa, Africa crumbled. Africa, see, what people may not want to agree with what I'm saying, what I'm about to say. The reason why I feel as though we're different, because I believe spiritually and cosmically we are a different force. I feel as though Israel is the embodied Elohim. We're a totally different spirit than them. That's why we're not connecting with them. Even though we may say, oh, it's for this reason, that reason, but on a higher level of things, I believe that there's certain societies on this planet that's of a different spiritual entity. And that's why we can't connect with them, because we're not of that same spiritual energy as them. So if you notice, our soul is different, our swag is different, our music is different, the way we eat is different, the way our taste buds, everything is different. I live
Let me
over
say,
here. Yes, you have
Prince, let me
certain
say, Prince, let me say this. Hold on, Oracle. Prince, let me say this.
Okay.
The music part, I'm not too sure of, because I've been trying my best to get out there, and I've been seeing many countries where their music
our
sounds
music
Jamaican.
is different.
They music. Hold on, bro. They
Yeah,
music sound.
when you come to, yes, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, because a lot of their music
That's true,
sound, and,
because when
and
you,
a lot of they dance. I don't know what y'all been watching, but a lot of they dances are like us, And a lot of people say, well, they copying, and that's true, because everybody know where hip hop come from and all that type of stuff.
when you listen to Tanzania music, you can hear that West Indian, Caribbean /
Yeah, like
Jamaican
sound like
Rasta
Jamaican music.
background, because what a lot of people fail to understand is you have a group of Rastafarians known as the Shashamani community, and a lot of the Rastafarians left from Jamaica to Ethiopia, and then they start pushing further into East Africa, such as Tanzania, Kenya, areas like that, and creating Shashamani communities. In turn, it started to influence the music in Tanzania. So this is why you hear that West Indian type of sound, because a lot of West Indian Rastafarians and Israelites migrated into East Africa and started to influence the East African music. So that's why you hear that sound.
Do you get the Falashas as well in there?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I
it?
know. Yeah, I've met somebody said. Yeah, the Falashas. I met them when I went to Ethiopia. I met them. You still got some in Gondar. You have some in Israel. You even have some as far as Somalia. You have Falasha. You have
Let me hold on. Time out.
Falasha. You
I'm
have
sorry to cut you
Falasha.
off, Prince.
Yeah, that's
I
good.
don't want the sister to forget her chain of thought, because I cut her off, because you was naming certain things about culture and things that we do and music. Sister, you was about to say something real quick, and then y'all two brothers go back and dialogue. Anybody, please jump in anytime you want to. Go ahead, Sister Oracle.
Yeah, what I want y'all to understand, like, going to Africa, I'm gonna tell you straight out, they defeated. They've never been able to get from under the colonial powers for centuries now, and some of them thousands of years. And they've always had this one problem, this tribalism.
Mm-hmm.
One country has about 200, 300, 400 different tribes. And I'm going to let y'all in on a little secret. A lot of these tribes ain't even no more than 200 or 300 years old. And that's what they don't even understand. A lot of these, like what's going on with Putin. Putin knows the Ukraine is a false state. It's a false people with a false sense of identity and entitlement, like with these tribes. A lot of these tribes don't exist. They've never existed. Some of the names of these tribes come in a tongue that is not native to Africa.
Mm.
They can't get from up underneath that. So y'all got y'all work cut out for y'all.
Well, you know what, sis?
For
I'm
real.
going to agree with you.
A lot of
And
these tribes, go look into the history. A lot of them
well,
not even 200 and 300 years old.
I'm going to agree with you because you said something that's, and to me, it's not a touchy conversation because, hey, over here we speaking, man.
Right.
You said something about Ukraine. They
hold on before you go there. I knew you was about to go there, Qanath. On that one though, that's a little tricky because they are a different people. Those are the true Khazars when you get down to it.
Oh, sweetie, you're incorrect.
Right.
There's no such thing as a Ukrainian. A Ukrainian is a Russian.
Watch this. The people from Ukraine, a lot of them are like they leader is Jewish, right?
Dang.
Their leader, he has a
Right.
Jewish name, right?
Right, they all of the Khazarian Empire, 740 AD under King
Well, I don't know who they are exactly, but I know their leader is Jewish.
The same people. They're the same people.
They the same people.
Ukraine
Y'all
doesn't
both
have
saying the same thing. Y'all
just like
y'all both saying the same thing. The only
like
difference
Bosnia.
is that Ukraine is a false national. Yeah, Ukraine is a false nationality off from Russia. But the Russian Empire that's being ruled by the Tsar, that came by the way of the Tsars and all them, they all of Khazar descent. They're the ones that converted to Judaism in 740 AD under King Bulan.
Correct.
Right. I'm not arguing.
Correct. And that's why Russia's trying to go back and snatch them because they understand.
Russia knows that the Ukraine is a false state, along with all of those other former Soviet countries.
That's true.
They broke off.
That's a fact.
And as we know, and as you know, when you change the name of something, the history starts with the name that you gave it. That's why
Can I
they
ask all y'all a question?
That's a fact.
Let me ask y'all a question, right? I don't know how many.
That's a fact.
I've been dealing with this for years because I mean, if you look at the USSR, right, a lot of them countries from Georgia, Ukraine, all of them, right, they were all part of USSR. And if you look at NATO, they had agreement in the early 1900s that they would not keep expanding. And they putting all these missiles around their country. And Ukraine
that was George Bush.
NATO.
That was the first
I'm
Bush.
trying to figure out why is people saying this guy is wrong? Because remember the Cuban crisis when Russia was going to put missiles in Cuba.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
Cuban
Missile Crisis.
Yes.
Yes, they said they was going to sink it. Imagine them putting missiles in Canada. So I'm trying to figure out it's like they pushing a rat into a hole, and what are they gonna do but bite? You know, real quick, brothers and sisters.
But you know what, though?
I gotta address my time out. I gotta address my comment board just real quick. Hey, Lillian. Hey, I don't know you or whatever like that. And I hear you give me great comments, but Star Lima, hey, look, when they pull the trigger, I pull it twice. Right. So I back them 110%. Right. Now, wherever you're saying they being disrespectful, the comment section is theirs. They choose to bring people in or delete. So you're lucky you even say anything because they're the one in charge of that. So let's be mindful who you're speaking to. But go ahead, brothers and sisters.
Elder, I want to say something about what that sister said real quick about these young nations and in tune with the prophecy of the Qanath. Remember, the Tanakh said that the Most High Yahweh would start to return all these people back to their original nationalities and back to their own demarcation stations. Now, remember, the sister said earlier that when you start talking about the Ashanti, the Igbo, the Iwi, the Fanti, the Zulu, all these tribes are no more than 500 plus years old, which is absolutely correct. Between 2 to 500 years old. Now let me break this down. Why? Because we know when the Romans invaded. I'm about to break this down.
Powers.
Look,
there you go.
Listen,
she just
when
said
the Romans invaded, but look, the colonial powers came a little later.
No, any outside force is a colonial power.
Oh yeah, if you said that's absolutely correct. When you look at 70 AD. When the Romans started to push out the original indigenous populations of northern and northeast Africa, they start pushing them into Central Africa, West Africa, East Africa. This is what you call, and even before that, with the Bantu expansion, the Bantu Hebrew expansion, when the Assyrians invaded 722 BCE, your Babylonians 586 BCE, your Medo-Persians 444, your Greeks under Alexander, son of Philip of Macedonia, the Hellenists, then you get your Romans, and then your Arabs. So all these different invasions coming in, it's pushing these Israelite tribes that was mixing with the indigenous populations that were already there, and started to formulate these newly stated, such as what you will call your Songhai Empire, your Mali Empire, your Granada or your Ghana Empire. All these Israelites start pushing in and mixing with the indigenous populations and creating what you see as these empires. And when the colonists, Britain, Portugal, Spain, all these motherfuckers came up in there, they started to create demarcation stations. Technically speaking, the Yoruba and the Igbo are the same people. But because of the demarcation stations that these people have created, these Europeans, some people made the fun.
Hold on, Prince. Let me, because I know everybody want to get in. Leland, I don't know what's going on. If you're a sister, then y'all deal with that. Let the brother. He's been very patient. Now he's from Africa, lived there. He's in the States now. So go ahead. I mean, everybody has their side. Let's hear your side.
Okay, Salama. Thank you. What I've been hearing so far from brother Prince Shah and sister the Oracle, very accurate. I'll restate what they said and give a little bit more detail. Many of the tribes that we see, Nigeria today, Nigeria alone, just one country, Nigeria alone has at least 250 tribes.
Wow.
Alone. At least.
Like 33 languages, right?
The languages is over 500.
Oh, 500 languages. I know that.
Right.
At least 250. At least 250 tribes and at least 500 languages. So we see, and many of these languages are, very much related to each other. Now, when we look at, the inception of tribes and all how the tribal identities came to be, they are fairly recent. Honestly, I wouldn't even put them. They are not even up to like 1,000 years old. Like was stated earlier.
Right.
They said 500 years, 200, and so on and so forth. And that's right. And these happen. I'll speak for the ethnic group that I come from, because I'll speak on the one I know now. Like 200 years ago or 250 years ago, there was nothing like Yoruba people. Nobody was using that term to describe. But you know what happened after these other nations started interfering in Nigeria? Came to that landmass that's called Nigeria today. Started interfering and doing whatever they what they usually do. What they did was, they said, all these tribes in the southwestern region of the land, in the southwestern region of Nigeria, they all speak a mutually intelligible language. They this and they have some similarities in their culture. You know what? Let's just bundle all of them together and give them a name. And that's what they did. They give them, and that's why till today you will still see Yoruba people arguing what is the meaning of Yoruba. Many people, even Yoruba people, struggle to break down the meaning of Yoruba itself in the language. Many people say it's associated with Yorobam, which was the first Ephraimite king, after the northern kingdom, after the kingdom of Israel was split. Many people say Yoruba is related to. They say it's related to Yerubal, which is another name of Gideon. Yerubal, which means the people against Baal. Many people say it's a corruption of the term Jacob. So nobody there isn't even a general consensus.
Some say Jeroboam.
There's no consensus on what it means.
So let me ask you a question real quick then, because I know in America we came here speaking different languages. Now, when we got here, they made us learn English. So if you're saying Yoruba and all these, tribes, certain tribes, 200, 300, 500 years old. And we do know, because I'm going to study this myself, they did split the people up, right? But how does that change the language?
Now, what I'll specify is, so when I say what I mean by these tribes are at least, it's not necessarily the tribe, but it's the identity given to them, the name, because these Yoruba people's history, the history of so-called Yoruba people, as we are being called today, it didn't start today. Now, thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, because again, the language being spoken by these tribes are older. Are much, much older than the labels that these tribes carry today.
Got you.
If we look at, again, the language is split because now we have different we have more diversity increasing. We have the what's it called, when you mix, depending on who is your neighbor, your own flavor of the language, depending on the kind of people you are around and certain things, your own flavor of the language will be different. Languages are continuously evolving, having more dialects and all of that stuff, although they are still intelligible with each other. But then again, when we speak amongst each other, we can always tell this is a Yoruba person from this region. This is a Yoruba person. And the same thing too with Igbo people. They will say, oh, this is an Igbo person from Anambra, or an Igbo person from Enugu State, or any other area. And I want to just touch on what Prince Shah mentioned about Yoruba people and Igbo people being the same people.
Yes,
I agree with that statement, honestly, because my own DNA, my own deep dive into my DNA actually proves that statement. But many people, because of tribalism, again, which the oracle had mentioned, there are some people, once you tell them that, do you know that Yoruba people and Igbo people are essentially the same on a genetic level? They will, the tribalism just kicks in for no reason.
Yeah.
The tribalism kicks in and they begin to reject.
Real quick, Prince. Real quick, Prince.
I wanted to add on what he was saying.
I'm gonna let you add on to this real quick, because I asked the question. I damn answered myself, because I swear some people down in St. Louis and certain parts deep down south, I guess they speak in English, because I'll be like, what the hell are they saying? And I guess
now that's something different though. That's just being influenced by this white man that's around us. Like
this is a whole new. They heard me, boy.
I know. Hold on.
Some of them.
Hold on. I'm about to tell you. So they are, because down on the sea islands, Georgia, South Carolina, they're still influenced by some of their native African tongue, because you got to understand, some of them were just left out there to tend the rice. The white man wasn't around them as often as he was, so they kept some of their cultural ties, and that's how you have some of the Hebrew writing in that church down there in Savannah, Georgia.
Okay, go ahead, Oracle, and then Prince. You see,
I wanted to add on to what I think his name is Kadiri was saying about the language. Language is influent, and we have to understand that was colonial power after colonial power after colonial power after colonial power that basically scrambled in Africa, and that affects language. It directly affects language, because when you break down Swahili, it's really not a native African language. It's like a trade. It's what you call a Creole, a mixture of language, a mixture of tongues. And that is directly influenced by outsiders. Language and stuff starts to change when you have some type of connection with someone who doesn't talk like you, doesn't use the same alphabet as you, but you have to be able to learn to talk to each other for one reason or another, trading or whatever you're doing, whatever you need to come into contact with that person for. And now you get pigeons, and pigeons form into languages. I speak Creole. And in Africa, they don't call it Creole, they call it Swahili. And now you have this new language. And to expound on what he was saying, like, why the different languages? Because of the different, some people came into contact with the Dutch. Some people came into contact with the English. Some people came into contact with the French. Some people came into contact with the Spanish and the Portuguese. So that directly affect why there's so many languages, because when you break down the language and when you see the alphabet that they're using, whatever alphabet that you're using, that's the language that you're speaking. So they're half the time they think they speak an African language when they're really speaking Dutch. Like Afrikaans, I found that's Dutch, even though it's an African language in Africa, but it's not spoken in any Dutch countries. You get what I'm saying?
Now,
Yeah.
I
Is that my
say,
homegirl
Hey,
from New?
hey,
Oh, is that my
hey,
home? Is that is that my homegirl from New Orleans?
Say it again.
I'm trying to see if
he
that's a
asked the
sister I
sister,
know from New
is she
Orleans.
from New Orleans?
Of course I am.
I heard it.
Is that who I think it is?
Qanath, I want to
No,
comment on that.
go ahead.
Hold on.
Brother.
Huh?
Let me let him find out that's who he think it is.
Right.
Say that again.
Is that my homegirl? Is that my homegirl from New Orleans?
Oui, c'est moi. It's me.
What's going on,
Right,
Sister Shalom?
Hold
on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
Qanath.
Hold on for 1 second. Let me just, what's going on with you? I heard you, listen, I heard you on Morris World TV, right? But you know, I repatriated back to Africa. So I'm like, I know that ain't my peoples on there, but I heard you. What's going on with you?
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. I'm doing real good. But I just wanted to elaborate on what you were saying about the languages. But before then, what the brother was saying from Africa about the tribe he come from the Yoruba and all them. I did my DNA too at African Ancestry. And my DNA is E1B1A-M2 or -E-M2. And they saying I'm of Igbo descent. And them Igbo tribes that they saying I descended from a Pacific Igbo tribe, they clearly saying that they Israelites and that they come from out of the Northern Kingdom. And then when I listen to your story about the Yoruba, and when I look at the Yoruba records and the records that has been recently revealed about the Yoruba, they're saying also they're of the Northern Kingdom. And then the Igbo just got acknowledged maybe 3 weeks ago with Obadiah Federation or Alliance, Obadiah Alliance, and the Sephardim, so-called Knesset in Israel, they recognizing the Igbos now as authentic Hebrew Israelites by birthright. This is what they saying now. So you're seeing this what the sister saying is correct. These names became new. Why? Because when Israel started pushing over, they started developing these names. And also one more thing, the Swahili. There is a difference from ancient Swahili and then you have modern day Kiswahili. Kiswahili is a combination of Portuguese, Spanish, Arabic.
Yep.
The ancient Swahili, which became a language of trade during the East African slave trade. But ancient Swahili is a Bantu Hebrew dialect. The
Right, but
Bantu
nobody's speaking that. They speak Kiswahili. Let's be distinct.
They speak Kiswahili, but let me make it clear. They speak Kiswahili, but the tribes over here also speak their own tribal dialects. Like in Tanzania, Kiswahili became the national language under the late President Julius in 1961. But each of these tribes speak their own language. And the reason why they know the Shemitic tribes versus the Hamitic tribes over here, such as your Maasai and things like that, they know based on the base of these ancient languages that's still being spoken amongst these tribes. And they all go back to ancient form of Swahili that go back to ancient Hebrew. Even they tribal chiefs.
Okay, y'all, I got a question for y'all.
So
I got a question for the sister, Mighty Hebrew, and the brother from Africa, because y'all hitting. So where does not the Shoni, but I think they call the Sony. They're down in South Africa, among South Africa, Zimbabwe. They the ones who both of these tribes are. where they play a part in this? Because I know they say the Limba are connected to this older tribe called the Sunni, the Shoni, or it's something with an S. I'm really not sure. They have a lot.
There are lumber elements of going back to the Shawnee, not the Israelite element. The Shawnee tribe is what you would call an antediluvian tribe that came out of what you would call the Tamanadu, or which some falsely call the Lemurian root epic. When you start to study like the Bushman tribes, you start talking about the old haplogroups of the Australian Australoids. You start talking about the Sony Autumn. Notice a lot of them tribes are high yellow, such as well as the Keeshon tribe, and they look like they got like Oriental features. They go back to a whole nother different root.
Let me jump in. For somebody had an interesting question, but I had something too. I've been doing research on, because we was talking about how people migration with Israel, and they was talking about this actually in the South African Parliament. They trying to kick out the Boers down there in South Africa, and they got in an argument. Different tribal members against the EFF talk about who originated the land, and I forgot the name of these people. They were saying they're the original ones of the land, and they were saying a lot of these other tribes actually migrated down.
That's true.
We talk about that too. But here's a question that Haim asked, and this is very interesting, because we got to not figure out, but when did the so-called white man actually start migrating into Africa? And now if you start conquering a country, right?
I can answer that.
Real quick. Okay. And where did the damn writing come from? So Oracle, I'm gonna let you go ahead and handle it. Where did the writing come from? I'm gonna let you in, sis. Go ahead.
Qanath, where'd you find this sister at? Because she on her shit as far as capitalism, man. Because I think that played a big.
Just like, hey, look, I'm gonna answer it for you. Let me answer it for you. I didn't find her.
Where'd you find her?
Hey, look, just like F.O.P.E found you. You know. So yeah, go ahead, sister.
Okay.
Hold on, before you do that, Leland, you can't connect unless you something say about your device. I'm trying to get, but go ahead, sis. I want to know about the writing too, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The earliest record that I found, they want to know when they first came in. They came in after Alexander. This is why I call everybody's dad Alexander, because you never knew what an Arab was. You never knew what a Turk was. You never knew what a Grecian was, Roman, Englishman, nothing, until Alexander came down and he brought those barbarians down and came into the cradle of Africa. But make no mistake, he did not make it into the interior of Africa. These white people never penetrated Africa. What you see now with the white people, the phenomena in Africa happened about 200 years ago. That's how long they've been there. They have not had no seed, have not really been there since Alexander. They never were able to, because when they went down into the Nile, they got so much resistance from some of them queens that was down there on that Nile. They say, come down here, we got something for you. They saw what they had for you, and that they turned around. They couldn't make it. They never penetrated Africa. And if you go today in some parts of Central Africa, it's not really a lot of white people there. Still to this day, they hang around the border where you got the phenomena in South Africa, but they pretty much hang around like the North African area where they've always been. They never really penetrated. And the thing with the writing system, writing, you mean like the white people writing, or writing period?
Well, if you like, it was another brother I spoke with, and he was saying a lot of them didn't have a writing, you know.
No,
but they spoke, and I'm like, well, damn, how can you speak without writing? So I'm just trying to figure out did they have writing? Just like we write English.
We had writing.
The Africans were writing.
Okay, so how did you? So what I'm saying is this: How can you have different languages? Now, y'all got to be careful what y'all say, because listen very carefully. How can you say that other people separate and gave names, right, to different or made tribes? And who are these people? Because I think the white man, he, like you said, 200 to 300, I think like maybe 400 years going on the outskirts of Africa in the 1500s or something like that, or 1600s, actually going into, I could be wrong. But where did the writing come from? Because if you're doing Igbo, all these different languages, they have to have a writing.
But you got to understand, the Anglo came later. That came later. Get the Anglo out of your mind. That white Anglo-Saxon Britain, he's not on the scene. Right?
Speak on it.
He's not on the scene. He's still in the cave.
Okay.
He's still behind the ice.
Real quick, hey, Lillian, I'm sorry, real quick. Lillian, I see you in the back room. It's saying they will need to connect their microphone or mic cam before you can add them to the screen. So I guess you got to connect your mic or something to it. I don't know if you coming in on, maybe y'all can help, because by me doing the show, I don't really like go on. So I don't know if you're doing, how you coming in.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
You coming through? Yeah, hold on real quick. You coming in through Google or something else? I don't know how you coming in, because I can't add you. It's something you're not doing that I can't add you on. But go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
Right. Mind you, the first people to come in were not the Anglo. Get them out of your head. These people were coming out of what you would call places like India, coming out of the lower European region. They were coming from there, right? They had no official writing system that you know of today until they came. Because this is what I tell people. You don't invent the wheel twice. You either go to the university that taught it, or you came into contact with the people who were already doing it. Now,
I hope y'all listening to her. She just said a mouthful.
Right. Right. Okay. So when these people came down, they saw these people functioning upright. You know, they had women and, you know, kings and queens on their throne doing what they were doing, living their communal lives, having their upright civilization, doing what they needed to do. Right. And that barbarian came down and he went to war with that, because he hit his woman over the head and dragged her by her hair. So they came in and they immediately went to war with the people there. Because what did they say Alexander and them did? What is the one thing that they say Alexander did in Egypt? He burned down the library. If you were
got to, no matter when you conquer a nation, that's what you got to do first.
Right. Mm-hmm. But peep this out. If you are an intellectual, like they say, the Greeks and the Macedonian were, what the hell do you do burning down a library full of books? That's how you know they didn't have nothing. Who burns down the library? You trying to get the knowledge. Who burns it down? A barbarian burns it down. And another, how you can tell that they were not writing, they couldn't find that much Greeks in Greek that they found in the Rosetta Stone that they so-called say that they found it. You can't find that much Greeks in Greek. They can't find it. They've been looking for it. They can't find no Greek. So what?
Hey, Oracle, before we
so how were they writing? Where's the Greek?
That's what that's the part.
Where's the Greek to Egyptian? Where's the Greek to Egyptian dictionary?
Right.
So you know what is what. Then the Egyptian to Greek, and then the Greek to whatever the Romans were speaking. Where's the dictionaries? You're not going to find them, honey, because they were not writing.
Right. Listen, so I'm gonna let you finish, because you dropping some heavy knowledge. She's been FOPE for a long time. I'm so glad she's been gone for a minute, because I guess we've been gone, but I'm glad you're back. And when we end this program, if you're still on, I want you to stay in the back room, because I do have to ask you a few questions. Okay. No, finish up, or just keep on going, because you spend some serious knowledge. But somebody say the writing and the symbols, and Lin, maybe you could try Google Chrome. Hey, what was y'all using to get on? Because I know you could do Google Chrome. What y'all use to get on?
I use YouTube.
I just use Google Chrome.
Okay.
Through YouTube, I use
It acts.
Elder Qanath.
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all hear me?
You want to add to that? Is something you disagree with? Or
Yeah.
But to
Yeah,
state
I want to add
the
to what the sister
Europeans,
was saying
the
when she
Europeans
done.
and the Grecians were not writing, and they didn't start developing. That's why you can't find any of these Plato books, these Pythagorean books. You can't find Socrates. It's just a great myth and legend to puff up Greece, and you can't find any writings of them. And I would go so far as to say they didn't start officially writing until the Moors got there. I mean, because you're talking about them naming Igbo tribes, but these tribes aren't. I mean, by the time he's 200 years old, he knew what a shoe in a window was by then. He kind of had an idea. You get what I'm saying? He kind of knew how to flush a toilet by then. You know, he was kind of removed from the ice for a little while. He thawed out a little bit. So
okay, we're gonna let the prince get in real quick. Hey, excuse me, Ali, I want you to come on. This is really getting interesting because I got a bomb to throw because I'm kind of nervous and throwing it out. People think like, what the hell, what I'm talking about? And I truly believe everybody not from here sometimes. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Because some things just don't seem right with certain people. But I fall back. Yeah, come on, Ali. The link is in the room. Come on, y'all can go ahead and add to what she was saying. You know,
man, let the sister keep touching on them barbarians coming over from India. See, everybody has this impression that the first infiltration of Africa came from the Anglo-Saxon, and at the same time, he came late in the game. He late in the game.
Go ahead, That me. Hold on. I think that's
that ain't me. No, that ain't me.
Okay, but like he was saying, yeah, the European as you know him, you know, George Bush and them, they were still picking ticks off their backs. Like these people were coming like out of India, the Persia, around that area, the Turks that you call now today your Arabs. Like there was these groups first. The European was a later phenomenon. Like he came, you know, later. People think it was the English first. No, I will argue that they were like the last bunch to come. But
the last.
Yes, he came much later. He came centuries later.
But that's just like what we could say the same thing about the Asians too. I mean, or am I wrong? Because a lot of people was afraid to actually go into Africa.
No, they're not afraid.
They wouldn't go down there.
The Asian ain't never been afraid.
The Asians ain't.
The Asian ain't never been afraid.
The Asians are some of the oldest adversaries. Like they think the white man was that. No, the Asians were some of your old adversaries.
I'm sorry, I meant to say the white man because Asians been down there for years. You're right, my bad.
Yeah, they're some of the oldest adversaries. Was them people that come from around that Indian, the civilization. It's a lot of them. I mean, the Mongol. I'll just use the Mongol. They were some of the staunchest, you know, to come in and to lay waste. And then when the European came, he just laid like the final blow. Like, but he came much later.
Can y'all, when y'all were saying about India, I think that is a good standing start. I teach here at the Mighty Hebrew University that the so-called white man come by the way of the Gobi Desert. When you start to understand what you call RH monkey DNA gene, which we all know that the so-called Neanderthalians possess, they are outgrowth of indigenous populations mixing with species that weren't a part of the human family, thus developing the hybrid species that you see. Starting first with Ramapithecus. See, we got to go back to certain root epics to understand where the origin of the so-called white race come from, or better yet, white races.
And he came later.
You see what I'm saying? When you start talking about like Sheikh Anta Diop, civilization of barbarianism, and when he started talking about there were different ice ages that took place that developed different species, such as the Cro-Magnon and the Lumiderm. What we teach at the Mighty Hebrew University is something called polygenesis. A lot of people are under the impression of a monogenesis, that all human species go back to one human family. We beg to differ. When you look at certain African tribes, they have something called ghost gene DNA in them. Why? Because there were species that were on the planet that they amalgamated with and mixed and produced hybrids. The so-called white race is a product of a hybridization of indigenous populations mixing with monkey-like, I didn't say, so y'all know, I'm not saying apes, I'm saying monkey-like species born in the so-called white race, born in the so-called Asian race. That's why we say they came from out of that Aryan root epic, roughly starting, the hybridization started at roughly 1,250,000 years ago. And as time progressed down, Cro-Magnon came roughly 30,000 years ago. But notice when you look at the bone fossils, notice they look like humanoided, like ape-like. Why? Because there were human beings, or so-called human beings, so to say, that was mixing with species that born them. That's why they got the caustic. It was called the Kuffer Bummer. It was called the Kuffer Bomb. And as time developed, it became the Coptic's tail. That's why you see, why you think when you look at all them white motherfuckers that be having them tails growing, when you trace the origin back to all, right, when you trace the origins, when you trace the origins back to these diseases, it go back to the Indus Valley. Read the Purana records, read the Stenza of the Zion records, read the Ramayana. You will see that there was a god that they believe in, these East Indians, known as Rama, which they bore Ramapithecus of 14.5 million BCE in the Indian subcontinent that they found, which is older than the Lucy bones in Africa. They named them after this Indian god that supposedly gave birth to something called humanin, which you get the English word human or manu, man, from these Sanskrit records. And they saying that these were monkey-like creatures. They show you this in the movie Planet of the Apes. When you watch the movie Planet of the Apes, when you look at the evolutionary theory that they teach, but they reversed it, they're literally telling you for real that they are a hybrid species that evolved from humans. But later on, they changed it. Yes.
Chris, hold on, real quick, or can I let you in? If y'all, because you mentioned movie. If y'all, I don't know if y'all ever heard of a movie called Road, right?
Yeah, Road. Yeah, absolutely.
Road. Yeah. If you watch that movie, right, they made a major mistake when you mentioned tails, right? The man, the star of the movie, he had to lose a lot of weight.
Right.
To star in this movie. And him and his son, after the bombs had dropped, they got naked and they jumped in the water. They didn't show the front part, thank God. They showed the back part, right? And unfortunately, I was watching the movie. The man had a tail the size of a baby finger. Go look at it. I said, wait a minute. And I said, damn, when did this movie come out? And it came out and it happened. I said, okay, boom. I was able to rewind it back. He has a tail. But go ahead, sis. He has a tail.
Hey, Qanath, for sure, for y'all say anything else, I hope your audience is really paying attention, because y'all are really getting some very deep knowledge here that has took years and years and years of people to study. So I hope that y'all really appreciate what this brother and this sister is giving you, because I ain't heard it like this in one place
and the
from
sister,
two different sides like this.
And the sister is correct when she's saying.
She'd have been on here many times. And she's been on here many times and done. This is not the first time I've seen her get deeper than this. So she will. I'm gonna speak for her. She will be back on here again. We done had this talk, so now there's no more. That's it.
Listen. I've been on this sister for years. She got a lot to give, and I'm glad she's giving it. But I gotta go, y'all, because I have to travel to another country in Africa to meet up with Pastor John. I just want to say this last thing, then I gotta go. What the sister is saying is correct when you understand lineal history. When we look at the lineal history of things, the first people that we know in documented, recorded Western academia history to invade is the Greeks. When you study the archaic records of the ancients, now we talking about roughly 850,000 years ago, when we first started within the archaic records known as Zinzar, which is the oldest written form. I'm talking about older than Metal Letter Order. When you study the Zinzaric records, you'll see that there was a people known as the Moon people that lived in the cold climate regions that was on a cannibal-like behavior, and they were hairy. These are people walking on all fours. You can also go to Los Atlantis, Continent of Lemuria, written by W. Scott Elliott. And in that book, it breaks down the origin of the so-called white race, going to what is known
What
as
about
the
the
fifth root
what they call
epic.
them? Prince, what they call them? What they call them people out of
You talking
Australia?
about they're called australoids or one haplogroups.
Yeah.
The australoids is a product. I'm glad you bringing them up. When you look at the australoids, look at them carefully. Remember, they're the direct descendants of the Tasmanians.
Yep.
The
They got that O
Tasmanians,
negative blood, don't they?
the Tasmanians are part of the third root epic known as Tamana-Du, falsely called Lemuria, out of the seventh sub-root epic, pouring out the Tasmanians later on. They're not even descendants of Noah. What I'm saying is that
And
there
that's
are
where they get. That's
people
where
or
they get the
tribes.
cartoon from, Tasmanian Devil. If y'all
Yeah,
really want to know.
absolutely. And remember the cartoon Captain Caveman and his
Yeah.
sons and all that.
Yeah.
They got all that from the Tasmanians. What I'm saying that there are tribes on this planet that are not descendants of Noah. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are tribes that are part of an antediluvian root epic of humans mixing with non-humans that they were able to produce gene or seed with and produce these hybrid species that we see today. The so-called, that's why the so-called white race, the so-called Asians, and most so-called Native Americans got RH monkey DNA gene in them. You got the sun, the pygmy, certain Yoruba elements that got a ghost gene DNA in them, meaning that they Pacific tribe or nation was in contact with a species on the planet that don't exist no more. What I'm saying is the so-called white man is a straight hybrid of a whole nother dimensional plane that incarnated as a Manu. When you
But
read
let me
in
say
all
this too, Mighty Hebrew. Let me say this too. All white people not the same either. Okay.
Right, exactly. That's my
All
point.
of them not the
Everybody
same
keeps
either.
right. When you look at
That's a
the
fact.
original, when you look at the old Greek, not Greece, but those that came before the Greeks,
The
they
Minoan.
were the Minoans. People would consider them white, but they're not white, but they are white. You get what I'm saying? They were like what you would call pre-Greeks. Like if I say right now, if I say let's talk about the pre-Shemites of 850,000 BCE under Shemjaza, you'll be thinking I'm talking about the post-Diluvian Shemites through Noah's son Shem, when in fact Noah named his son Shem after a pre-existing tribe known as Shem. You see what I'm saying? So when we understand these root epics, then we can understand the origin of the so-called white race. The so-called white race is a product of fallen ones coming from dimensional elements and incarnating themselves into a species, and in turn that species mixed with a hominoid species, because there's many hominoid species now. Scientists say, that's why neoscientists are now not even dealing with the outer Africa theory no more, because of the simple fact that there are ghost gene species and there are RH monkey DNA species that the human family has mixed with, that the outer Africa theory doesn't answer the challenge anymore, even though we know that the first humans were black. Even with Israel, I'm saying that Israel
their blood is way different than ours, man. You do
and especially that redhead.
If you look at the Germans and look at the white people here,
right,
the eye don't lie.
No,
you can see they're not the same. And I've been around a lot of these people because where I used to work at. Okay,
I can explain it.
Go ahead, sis.
All crackers ain't soda. How about that?
Let me tell you something.
Go ahead, sis. You mentioned the people I was going to talk about, but go ahead. I know you got it, so go ahead, mention it. Go ahead, talk about it.
Okay, the European credit his civilization, his mother, as Greece, right? Not gonna argue, right? The reason why you see the Rus, which is the German, those Scandinavian tribes, their brethren, and the Scots, the other beasts
How
that
about
are
the Irish?
yeah, the Scots, Irish, and other beasts that are up there. They're different from the ones on the Mediterranean when you come further south. That's not a what happened. The reason why they look different is because, like y'all said, people migrate. There were different civilizations that went into the Strait of Gibraltar to get to what you would call the cradle of European civilization, Greece, Rome. And some of those groups were colored people. You got your Sicilians. They're not just brown
Yes.
white people. They are mixed with the Visigoths. They're mixed with the Normans. They're mixed with the Moors. They're mixed with the
Yep.
Egyptians.
Correct.
And you got your Northern European, your mainlander Italian European. He got that same type of mixture, but not as much. That's why you got your blonde hairs and your blue eyes. And when Mussolini tried to follow Hitler's model with the Nordic races, they couldn't fit the mold. And Hitler knew why they couldn't fit the mold is because of the colonization that went on in that area, going up as far as southern France. So that encompasses Spain, that encompasses Portugal, that encompasses Italy, that encompasses Greece. And that's why when you get to France, you got your Celine Dion's. She's different from the one in Sicily. Mm-hmm. And there's a reason why, because they run the Moors out of there in what year was that?
1492.
1492.
Yes.
They didn't get that far up there to make them look like the Sicilians. They say either convert to Christianity or get the hell out. And that was the end of that. That's why you don't see that mixture going as far up to Germany. The Romans tried, but as we know in history, recorded history, they weren't able to defeat those damn Germans. They weren't able to go up there and mingle with the Germans are the ones who sacked the Roman Empire.
Them Gauls who put it on their asses.
And they never forgot it. And they never forgot it.
Right.
And that's why
they couldn't get across the Rhine River. They were kicking their asses.
That's why Putin in that ice looks different from Mussolini down there in Italy. It's not a natural phenomenon. We have to understand what happened there. They're mixed up. They do their DNA test. About probably 30% of their DNA gonna go right back to North Africa.
Hey, Qanath. Hey, sis, I need you to explain this. She said something back when she hit on that India and who Africa's ancient enemy was. There's a reason that that whole Yangtze, Yellow Sea River Valley, they was coming over from there a long, long time ago.
On the monsoon. Correct.
Yeah, before the white man was ever even thinking about coming up out of the cages, out them caves. He was still up there in the ice. Yes. And a lot of people want to keep overlooking that. And the first enemy they want to do is blame the white man for it. No, he's still scared to go into interior Africa now. Them boys been coming over for Asia for a very long time.
Because we got to understand, the first indicator that you can tell of a people are their culture. The Indians do not eat hamburgers. They don't eat their cows. They walk the street. They hold their cows sacred. Why?
Correct.
Because it was an ancient Egyptian satellite. That was just another province of ancient Egypt, and they had their queen Hathor, which was a cow. They worshiped the cow, and even to this day, that shows you the connection. It's older than the one of the European. The Indians to this day, they kept that culture, even though they spit on it. They don't care. But just to show you, they walk the street with the cow. You cannot get a hamburger there because they don't eat their cows. Right. Because of that Egyptian god Hathor. This is way older than the tie, the link with the European.
Right. Hey, Star Lima, JC with 3 sandals, kick him off the show. Kick him off the comment board, please. We having a great bill here, and this is what we've been about for the longest. I don't have time for no bullshit. Lin, I don't know if you need to use Google Chrome or YouTube, But I've had this problem before, and I can't remember how I solved it. Other people have too, because you keep trying to come on. I actually want you to come on. I really do. And I'm gonna tell you what it's telling me. And I'm sorry, Oracle and brother. It says they will need to connect with their mic/camera before you can add them to the screen. Now I don't know, like
what it is he's not connecting his headphones or whatever. It's not gonna let him in if he's trying to use like his open phone. If he's on his phone, it's telling him to connect his Bluetooth device.
Now I don't know if you're using your laptop. If you could type in the comment board, use laptop or phone. Now I know when I was using my phone, you could enter in on 2 parts, and I can't remember what it says, but it's one part. It's gonna be in blue letters. You can enter in, and it's gonna say something. Then you look down to be another part. I will always enter in on the top part, but maybe you have to enter on the second part. It's like it's words in black, and then you have underlined blue. I forgot what it says, but both of them is like entering. So just try both of them and see what happens. I'm using my phone. There we go. So that's what I'm saying. When you use your phone, when you use it, it's going to be saying enter or whatever. You're going to see it. It's going to be 2 parts. Press them. That don't work. Go back and do it again and go down. There's another part that's written in blue. Hit that. Both of them in blue, correct? Hit both of them. Okay. So it was something else I was about to say. Now, I was about to do a class on this, but I'm gonna have to get some of y'all research on this, because dealing with the land being all together at one time, because I was dealing with where people was coming from. So
no, Elder, I'm not gonna let you do that.
Don't do that. Okay.
Yeah. There ain't no need for that. No.
The myth and how you get rid of that. Why ain't no lions over here? Why ain't no zebras over here? Why they ain't found no bones? And why? Why? Yeah.
That's what I was telling people before, but I was like, it connects. Everything connect together. I'm like, if it's separated like that, then damn, I'm surprised anybody alive.
Right. Yeah.
Something to separate like that. We talking about the earth moving all to. I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
But I was going to hit it from another angle. I wasn't going where you think I was going. I hit it from another angle on that. Hey, man, I didn't know you was gone, Mighty Hebrew. You trying to get back on?
But yeah, that's the reason why certain even with some of the ones that are in like Armenia and
yeah, I'm here.
I'm here. Those Romani people, like people look at them and they like, oh, they look different from the Slavics. Of course they do, because they're a mixture of like North African and Hindu, some Eastern European, some Slavic. So of course they're going to look different, but it's not that they're different, types of white people. It's just that when you come into contact with other groups, that type of mixture is bound to happen, So, but nobody went up there in that ice near Siberia. That's why they're purebred, because who's going to go and live and colonize a place that's negative 60 degrees and start a civilization in some ice,
And if you look, and if you look at them carefully, like I know it's an unorthodox approach, but I acknowledge that they're literally like from a whole nother dimension and incarnated themselves. Because if you look, for instance, at the Eskimos, they've been living, so they say, in Alaska for 20,000 years. So the scientists say. But if you notice, they still don't have like this barbaric type of behavior with them. When you look at the so-called Europeans, these is like total savages, not like the Europeans.
Oh, no, I mean, research on them motherfuckers.
No, what I mean by I'm not saying that they don't have certain behaviors that's what we would call, non-cipher or non-cultured. Right. I'm talking about when you look at the so-called European, when you look at the Europeans, you could tell that they're foreigners of this planet. That's number one. And number two, if you look at the whole nature of the threat, you see what I'm saying? It's totally destructive. When anything they discover, they have to destroy it to learn it. For instance, They have to dissect the frog just to know its movement. Versus us, we could just observe the frog and understand or deal with observation, and we could tell what the oars around us is doing. So when you look at these root epics, and you can start with the so-called Neanderthalian and look at their culture, like the sister was saying, they clunk the woman in the head and drag her somewhere and rape her. They hold
oldest cartoons,
right,
the Flintstones, and what he did to her.
right. You see what I'm saying? So you see this rape ravage behavior, and when you start to study on certain interdimensional beings such as the Scythians and all these different beings, they uphold these same characteristics with themselves. This is why they were so obsessed with going out there somewhere. They're telling you psychically that they're not really of this realm. They incarnated, mixed, became that RH monkey DNA hybrid gene, start bodying themselves in other nations, just like that sister said. That's why when you go to certain parts, you got these fallen ones mixing with these indigenous populations and taking on these looks. That's why even scientists, what was that scientist that recently said that the so-called white race, they're not even human beings. They're not even human beings. These are beings from other dimensions. And people might say, oh, that ain't true. Then we were asked the question, how did they come about? I'm talking about their total evil. They just like an incarnation of evil. They're not even, it's beyond civilization. These are really draconian people.
Our ancestors told us there's a personality that came out of that sand, that came out of the sun, and that came out of that ice. And the first indicator of a people is their culture. What is the culture of a European?
Man, say that again. Say no. You got to rewind that. Say that again.
Where do you want me to start?
Right, you talk about the ice age and
there are certain personalities that come that Turks people, them they come out of the sand, the people that come out of the sun, and the ones that come from behind that ice. Now let's analyze the European.
Correct.
The first indicator for people is their culture. And one of the highest degree of their culture is their religion. Look at their gods.
Correct.
Thor, the god of thunder. Hela, the goddess of hell. The fucking three fates, the witches. One of them cuts your lifeline, and it's a culture of terror and horrors. I mean, these are their gods. So the people, they mimic their gods. They made their gods like in
say that one more time. They do what? They mimic they what? Say that one more time.
Their gods.
Right. They mimic their
gods. Terrible.
Hey, hold on. Can I add one more thing to that too?
None of their gods are loving. You know, they don't come in.
Right.
Go ahead and
where
add
does
to
these
it
guys
and
come from?
Wait a minute.
Right.
Add to that real quick. But
okay, this is what
he's been real quiet. Because he unmuted a few times, but he's trying to figure out how to jump in. So
okay,
just real quick, let other
this all I want to add into it. And what she said is they act like they, and you also can tell that through greeting as well. If you look at them cold-hearted people, their greetings are very cold, distant, indirect. You look at people, let's say, who come out the sun. Look, the greetings are damn near ritualistic because it's because we're not trying to. It's not warlike. It's not barbaric. Like their greeting is very to the point. So she's right. They're mimicking their gods. Shoot, no better. She said it perfectly. And that's all I wanted to add to it.
And to add to that, you have to think about Europe. It's a deep freezer. You have all these people. They don't have any, I don't know of any native animals there besides like the mountain goat. They have to kill each other just to survive. They have to steal
short seasons,
hit each other over the head. You can't grow a crop. Versus a place of the people that come out of the sun. Food is abundant. Why do I need to kill him?
Sure.
I have berries
on it.
Here. I can make my own bread. There's fucking fruit.
I ain't in no hurry.
Falling from the tree in my head. What I got to kill him for? It's so many goddamn wildebeest, so many goddamn buffaloes running around. You don't need to kill nobody to survive. You can just sit in one spot and the trees just gonna give you everything you need. The Europeans didn't have that. That personality come out of that ice. He's fighting for survival. He cannot survive, he cannot sustain himself in that ice. So his God,
he's fighting for everything.
He's fighting for everything because he knows if he go back in that cave, it's over. It's over.
And that's where he need to go. Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm loving this. I'm loving this because
Qanath, go ahead, Qanath.
somebody else wanted to come on, right?
Yeah, no, you good, Qanath, go ahead, because at least you wanted to say something.
No, I thought somebody else was wanting to go on. Somebody else wanted to speak.
No, there's other people in the back.
Because I was saying what that sister was saying.
I don't know.
I'm saying what that sister is saying.
I saw the.
That's what that sister is saying.
Hold on, Prince. Can you hear me? I want
yeah,
I saw the sister here. She up top wanted to say something. The brother from Nigeria wanted to say something. Yeah, I want to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did. Okay. I'm glad you guys touched on this because I've seen like old maps of Africa from when Alexander was coming through, and it did show a lot of places on the outskirts of these creatures. Now, a lot of them had they were walking on all fours. They were covered in hair. There was one that had a monkey face. There was one that just had one big foot. And it said that Alexander had lit these things out. That they were like in caves or whatever, and it lit it out. A lot of these things, they actually had names for them. And they had put them off in these with circuses and stuff, and brought them here in America. Some of these creatures, they brought them here because I'm like, okay, this got to be something like they're out of a storybook, but they actually have pictures of these things. And I've always wondered, I'm like, is that where some of these people come from? Because I done seen white folks with hair all over their body, their backs and stuff like that. So I was like, well, maybe these are just like people with like 2 heads and forearms and stuff like that. I'm like, that's crazy because I've never seen anybody like touch on that type of stuff yet.
They're like
these
genetic
demons come from.
We got to understand.
We
got to understand.
No, go ahead, sister. Go ahead,
we have to understand this. I don't want us to get too far away.
Yeah, let's slow down.
Conspiracy. I'm explain something to you, sweetie. What is?
Man, I like this sister.
What was is what will be. You cannot change eternal law. You will never be able to mate with a pig. You will never be able to mate with a monkey. You will never be able to mate with an owl. What is what was and what will be. You cannot change eternal law. You can't stop the moon from shining.
Talks about that too.
You can't stop the sun from shining.
Right.
Some things are just eternal. I'm going to always be a woman. They're always going to be men. They're not going to morph and change into some. Women will always bear children. Men will always produce seed. Some things are just eternal. We're never going to be, because if we are able to mate with a monkey, you're going to have to concede one thing. Us and that monkey have to have a common ancestor. That's the only way you can mate. You cannot cross a dog and a cat. They have to have a common ancestor.
You can cross a lion with a tiger, though. You can cross a lion with a tiger.
But no,
they're both felines.
She said,
they're both
but
felines.
She said the key. She said the key. She said, when you're dealing with that missing link is what they're identifying with this RH monkey DNA gene and with this ghost gene DNA. There are species that are monkey-like, but not necessarily monkey, that there has been crossbreeding. You said it correct, sister. You said that they culture come from out of the ice, the way that they think. When you start studying these, when you look at the Dogon, they talk about the star series A, B, and C. When you study the Zulu, they talk about there were beings that came from other dimensions. You go all over. I've been all over throughout Africa, and I'll be hearing these oral traditions and stories of beings from other dimensions. When we look at the so-called white race, when these people incarnated from the Draconian constellation, they incarnated in the place that was most familiar to them, which was the ice. When you look at how they build skyscrapers, notice when they build high rises and all. Why are they high? Why you want to have them so high to the sky? Because psychologically, they're going back to two places. One, that physical ice age that they got trapped in. Then you also got the ice ages of the draconian constellations that they come out of. When you read about their God's Thor, when you read about Odin, notice they civilizations from these other so-called constellations are all identified by the surrounding that they come from. Just like you said that we are from the sun. You're absolutely correct. That's why we're just as old as the planet, because we came with the earth. They didn't come with the earth. They came down. All them stories y'all reading about, these fallen ones and all this bullshit that y'all reading about, these are really talking about them falling from another dimensional space, incarnating in bodily form. And this is because they're totally alien from the planet. They're totally alien from
Prince,
the planet.
I'm sorry to cut you real quick, because let me say this. Real announcement real quick. Tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern time, USA time, Professor Lee Cummings will be doing a seminar on Black Russia. He will be doing a live seminar on Black Russia, and he will be doing a follow-up on ancient people. This should be very interesting. We haven't titled yet, but I know it's going to be dealing with ancient people. This should be very, because this is actually going into what you guys talking about. So, and he's done a lot of footwork too. So this should be very interesting. Oh, Oracle Channel is right here, FOPE. All right. So that's Oracle Channel. She would be on here doing breaking down some stuff too. She's shy, but she's not shy tonight. A brother, Qanath, I'm sorry, Prince, because I'm gonna be shutting down real soon. But I know you wanted to say something too, Qanath. And Lin, you're not. I don't know, for whatever reason, not letting you come on. I'm not sure why it's not doing it, because I've had this problem myself. I don't get it. But go ahead. I know you want to say something real quick. And anybody want to come on, because I'm gonna be shutting down next 20 minutes. Anybody want to come on? Can. My brother, Qanath, you can go ahead and say something. I know you want to say something real quick, unless you fell asleep. If not, the link. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, but yeah, I just want to say to everybody that's listening, these are things that you can definitely go and research for yourself. These are things that you can definitely go and look into. Don't be scared to look into this stuff. We're not saying you have to believe everything you read, but just read and ask the Most High for understanding. Anything that kind of seems weird to you, he will definitely, give you the discernment in that area. Now, concerning me, I tend to lean on, when it comes to the origins of people who are clearly not, these are people that don't descend from Adam, and Eve, because everybody can claim to come from Eve, but not everybody can, not everybody can be confident that they also come from Adam. So that's one thing, because Eve is the mother of all living, as she's described in scripture. She's the mother of all living. However, Adam is not the father of everybody that's alive today. So who is the other person that, the other people rather, that, have fathered their own nations, by one means or the other? Many people mention the fallen angels coming down. They left their heavenly estates because they were looking at, our women. And by the way, these are black women, because before any woman on this earth, there was the black woman was the first woman on this earth. So those were the women they were looking at. And as the women were entering these angels' eyes, they couldn't hold it. They left heaven, came down to earth, about 200 of them. And by the way, these angels that came there were not the first group of angels to come. They were not the first group of angels that, that left their heavenly estate for whatever reason. They came down, they, came to the women, seduced them, taught them things like magic, charm, beautification of the eyelid, all that stuff. And eventually they had children. with them. That's the big deal. They had children with them. They produced all kinds of hybrids. They committed sin against man and beast, sins against man and beast. So maybe they have been doing some genetic tinkering, and during that period of time, tinkering with the DNA of animal and human being and all of that stuff. And then the Most High became angry. We all know the story. He did a soft reset on the entire world with the flood. By the way, the flood took out many of, for the most part, the flood took out most of this thing. But I would say, at least in a translation of the Old Testament, one giant, Og or Og, was said to, the Most High spared him, not because of he was righteous or anything, but just because, that's how the Most High rules. He does whatever he wants. So he spared one, and then the body is gone. Once the flood destroyed the flesh, however, the spirit still remains. The spirit still lingers, and these are the the evil spirits roaming the earth and all of that. And so these mixing between these entities, going into women and producing hybrid offspring, this is something that has been going on. That's why there's a whole the seed of the serpent versus the seed of the the woman. There's this whole enmity that will last forever. If you look at it, the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent, they are opposite in physical appearance. They are opposite in physical appearance. We see what does the seed of the woman look like. The seed of the woman is the prototype for the seed of the woman, which would be the children of the children of Adam and Eve. They would be dark-skinned, dark-skinned, woolly-haired people, all that stuff. And then when we look at the direct opposites of that kind of appearance, it's already clear what that looks like and the kind of people that fit that description. So the things we are saying is we need to, there's different, and over time people have mixed and all of that stuff, people have mixed. But what I would say is, as long as 70, the way to know how how mixed you are or how not mixed you are, at least if your DNA is at least 75, which is 3/4. If 3/4 of your DNA is clearly from a particular line, then you can say that you are from that line. If you're 50-50, then you're 50-50. It just is what it is. So it's kind of understanding, where all these nations come from, who is their father, and all of that stuff, because it's important to know that, because it's going to play a serious role in the last days. And I think I know some people think it's not important to pay attention to this, but there is some importance to it, at least reasonable importance, especially in the last days.
Cut. I'm sorry, cut. So let me put a disclaimer up here real quick, right? For our people, edification, right? We teach what we teach, right? Believing in the Bible, and then it's an open platform for anybody to come on here and spew out what they believe is true, and it's up to you to put them in the hot seat. Say no, I disagree with or agree. I don't agree with a lot of stuff people come on here and say, but this is a platform where you can get it out. And a lot of times, if you disagree with somebody, it don't mean that you're right, and some stuff they putting out don't mean they right. I like to try to keep everything in order, and it's been a long time since we had this type of order. And I will say this to the comment section, right? That's talking about Christ. Mighty Hebrew, we have totally different understandings on the New Testament and all that, but we respect one another. So when you come on here and disrespect what I believe in, you could disagree, but certain things, come on, let's keep it respectful. You know what I mean? That's why I allow certain people to come on here, because we can disagree, but we have respect for it. If you're not going to bring something to the conversation, but you just want to come on and be disrespectful, man, come on. But you can join that dialogue that we're going to be having with the Torah Knights, and put your input in it. It's fine. So what I'm going to do, don't you go nowhere, Oracle. I'm going to give everybody 2 minutes to give a final statement, and then I'm going to take everybody off. You stay on, Oracle, because I want to talk about something. And then we're going to close it out. Tomorrow at 9:30, like I said, Professor Lee Cummings will be on, and I don't think y'all want to miss that for sure. And Prince, wait for you to do another presentation when you're free. And I do want to talk to you about something. I'll call you tomorrow on WhatsApp. Most I will, and talk to you about something. But I'll start with you, Prince, or whoever wants. I'll let Oracle go last. I want to keep her on. But I'll start with y'all, and I'll give you 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
Okay, no problem. First and foremost, I give all praise and honor to Yahuwah, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who was striving for righteousness' sake. I say into the family. It's definitely an honor to be here. I can't wait until y'all get over here to Tanzania. Elder Qanath, you know, we got the restaurant / nightclub. Anybody that's in the Tanzania area, Moshi Tanzania area, come to Dada's Bar and Grill, restaurant and bar / nightclub. It's pumping. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we close on Shabbat as natural, and from there Saturday night on, open from 8 a.m. to 5 o'clock in the morning. So come visit us at Dada's. Come visit us at we got the gates of the Children of the Ancients, Hebrew Israelite Sovereign Nationalistic Repatriation Farm. And anytime y'all want to come, y'all can come and visit the farmland. Y'all know we doing big stuff over here in Tanzania. I can't wait for you to get over here, Elder Qanath. We got some good things for you and for the family. And as you know, we doing it real big. We got the mining company, so we just doing it real big over here. Yo, I'm so happy to hear that the sister is on F.O.P.E. This is a real good sister. Article's a real good sister. I've known her for many, many years. So definitely keep her. I remember when I first met her, and she was asking the question about Israelites, and from there we just kept it going. And now look at it. I'm proud of you, sister. Keep doing the good thing. Come visit us in Africa. I told you I was leaving, sister. Didn't I tell you?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I left. I took my whole entire family, my children. I just had a newborn. He 1.5 now. So going on 2. Yeah. So, doing it. Give a shout out to my family, to Israelites all over the whole planet. Hebrew Israelite Sovereign Nationalism has risen worldwide. Okay, Elder. Shalom, my Lord.
No doubt. Hey, Prince, I'm hit you up, man. I know you've been real busy. Hey, look, when you get the opportunity, we'll talk, and maybe we can shoot a live from Club Dada restaurant and talk about some of the things you've been doing over there. We can actually do a live broadcast. You know the platform is yours anytime.
You already know, and look out for look out for my sister who stole my heart years ago.
No doubt. No doubt. Most High bless. Hey, take yourself out. Take yourself out. Most High bless. No doubt. Okay.
All right. Shalom. Shalom.
At the top. Shalom. Most High bless. Sister at the top, you want to say something?
Hello. Okay, well, all praises to the Most High. I'm glad I set up here and stumbled upon this channel today. I did want to clear up. I do not look at everything like it's a conspiracy. I just seen this map, and I just kind of, it kind of was brought up into my remembrance and stuff when I was, listening to you guys talk about all of these mixed breeding and where these people come from. I'm still trying to figure things out myself. Right. So I'm learning though, I'm still learning. I got away from the church, got away from the camps and everything. So I'm just out here, I'm exploring the DNA thing. So, but yeah, I'm glad I stumbled upon this, No doubt.
It was hope to see you again.
I'm glad you guys I will be back again, and I'm glad you guys invited me to the show.
No doubt, sister. Please come back. We'll be back tomorrow. Star, let me put my email in. You can email us. Because sometimes for whatever reason, when people they not put up the notifications on my Facebook or this sometime, man. I don't know what's going on. Like y'all heard that weird sound earlier. I have no idea where the hell that was coming from. So it is what it is. But please come back. I hope you was edified. And everything that you heard, do your own research. Don't believe everything we said. Do your own research and pray on it. Okay, you could take yourself out. Most High bless you and your beloved family. Okay, Most High will hope to see you soon.
All right.
Don P, you want to close out? I mean, you want to? You got 2 minutes.
I want
Hey,
some
Qanath.
in the back chat too.
Say it again.
I want some of y'all to stay in the back chat too.
Okay, well, I mean, all right. Where the sister go? She left out already because she could have stayed back there too. But go ahead, Don P. Close.
Yeah, I'll stay in the back.
Okay, all right.
Man,
Well, go ahead and say something for everybody. 2 minutes.
I'm gonna tell y'all. This is weird. It's kind of off track, but it's on track. The CDC and HHS or whatever changed a lot of their provisions, and they're really focused right now on radiation poisoning.
Huh.
And it's going to have a lot of the same symptoms as, the CV thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And if you're feeling fatigue right now, it's probably a result of the poisonous in the air. And that's what happened to me tonight, guys. I don't know if y'all even picked up on that. I'm just like really feeling fatigued because I keep myself away from people, but my mother's passing, and I went to see her, and I tell y'all, man, since I went to see her over the last few days, I've been feeling drained. I can't get sleep right. So this stuff is real, and what's going on is real. And what you're seeing getting played out on the world stage is real. These brothers have been teaching y'all, been trying to tell y'all what's really real. And I ain't felt like this like in a while. Like I said, I've been feeling fatigued over the last 4 days, man. Like I've been exposed to something, man. And that radiation, that stuff is real, man.
Well, check this out,
It's
Don P.
real.
If you eat not eat, but let's take a little tiny piece of clove. Clove it purifies your blood. It helps get rid of toxins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Clove does. Don't take a lot of it because it can poison you too. But just take you'll take what's like one little small bud of it, small in your fingernail. One little, and it purifies your blood, get rid of all the toxic stuff out of your body. So that can help too. And rest, a lot of rest, drink a lot of water, get some sunlight, but don't stay out in it all the time because the sun can help us. A lot since this COVID been out, they've been keeping us in the damn house. We need them, the sun. We vibe with the sun, so be mindful of that. Don't drink the faucet water, what type of water,
it's a lot of brothers and sisters out there.
And meat, is not. I see my Hebrew back here too. Meat, I just lay off the meat a little bit, bro. I put it that way. Look, you already had 2 minutes because I'm gonna have to end this. I'm gonna keep y'all in the back chat. I just want y'all to give, say what y'all want to say to the people real quick, and I'll keep y'all in the back chat. So the last 2 people we have here, well, we're gonna let Oracle. 3 of y'all say something. Let Oracle get the last word. But Hebrews in the Hood and Qanath, y'all gonna say something. Then Oracle, you last to the brothers that's listening. 2 minutes, and then I'm gonna end the show. Y'all stay on the line.
All right, who you want to go first?
You go first.
All right, man. First of all praise to the Most High, and all respect to all the 12 tribes worldwide. So for me, I just want everybody to understand that for me, I've just always tried to figure out who ancient people were. And as I come across that, I noticed that, and this is why I'm just amazed at the sister, the biggest influence at one time seems to be colonialism. And again, that's any outsider, but it seems like a certain period and it just start, and at that point, everything started changing, and that's when you kind of get lost in who people is who, y'all. But these same people are the same people who have been here from ancient times, and they're still here now, and we just trying to figure out where they at. And as far as me in the travel, that's why I travel so much. I'm just trying to figure out the migrations And I'm just seeing the patterns of how they just spreaded us in different places. And believe me, the black person is everywhere in all of these countries that you don't think he is. He's there, and he's there in large numbers in most cases. And that's all I'm going to say, and I'm going to stick back in the back.
No doubt. And the brother, we had talked before. Actually, we've been talking for a while now. All praise to the Most High and JT for hooking us up. And the Hebrew one, Most High bless him, this platform also hooked us up. And the brother was telling me that he was going to be doing them travels over there in South America. He wanted to start something over there. But I know this pandemic been kicking everybody behind. But I would like for you to come on and give more information about what you've seen down there and what you think or how you think that we can probably get down there. It might be a better opportunities or just a better way of life for us down there. So
yeah. And one other thing, for me even starting this, I got to kind of explain how I even start. My mother is a Black Panther back in the day from Oakland, and what Cuba did for some of our people during, and I come from like that revolutionary background. So just going into Cuba, even when I snuck back in the 90s, just going into Cuba, because at one time I was looking for the sister Sada Shakur, but just to see all these black faces just put me in just a whole different aspect. And I had been in the Navy prior to this 8-9 years traveling the world, but just to see, because we don't hear about that. When we look at Miami, we see all these Latino Cubans, and we understand that there's some black ones there, but I'm telling you, it's the majority.
Yeah, we looking at Alexander children.
Right. But specifically in Cuba, the majority of the people still on the island look like us, y'all. And that's for real.
Okay, let's hold tight. Okay. Go ahead, good Kadara?
Yeah.
2 minutes. That's all. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I would say, first of all, I would say, all the glory goes to the Most High. I would say this to all the descendants of Jacob, specifically wherever, regardless of wherever you are on this planet, the key, all of this that we have said, majority of the things we have saying, if it doesn't bring you one step closer or in any kind of way closer to the Most High, then then it's for nothing. So I would say that our redemption is in our repentance and in our obedience to the Most High and His ways. So as long as if we can do those two things, if we can repent and we can return and obey the Most High to the best of our abilities, then we'll begin to see things move in our favor in this world. Because now it looks like we are the tail. But trust me, once we repent and we start to obey the Most High, we start to become the head.
No doubt. All praise to the Most High. Thank you for coming on, brother. And the knowledge that you be spewing out also, man. Like I told you before, I know I haven't been on like about a week. No, actually, about a week. But definitely come on some more. We got each other number. I don't know what you still have my number, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, please call me, man. So we can link up so we can come on the program and do some shows just one-on-one. Because a lot of information that you have, man, is very enlightening to the people. Since you come from that part of the world. And thank you for coming on, man, and the young man, and being very respectful and giving a lot of knowledge that a lot of people don't have a clue about. Before I turn over to Oracle too, anybody that's listened, I noticed the title was talking about so-called Northern Kingdom Hispanics. Y'all backed out. You was cowardly. You didn't come on the platform. And sometimes your history proves why you didn't come on. You're only 400 to 500 years old. You don't have the ancient history to deal with us on that level. Respect you though. Most High blessed to you. A call to repentance, man. I wish you'd have came on here. I'm winding down now. I've been on here for 4 hours, so I'm about to jump off. Most High will come on tomorrow. Like I said, 9:30. Professor Lee Coates will be on to talk about Black Russia. In the ancient of days. Oracle, take us out.
Okay. What I want to tell my people, why I know so much about history, because history to me is like a clock, and it will always tell you the time of day. So I understand what's happening now because I know what happened yesterday. And I understand why things are the way they are is because we got interrupted. The Europeans interrupted us, the caretakers of the planet. And just study time, study the people, study where they come from. You'll find out your answers: who, what, when, why, where. It'll answer all your questions. And you won't have to ask the questions that we ask today. You will have all the answers. But you're going to have to do your own due diligence and research it, and you'll know why. You'll have a better understanding. And I just want my people to study the clock, study history. And that's it.
No doubt. Okay, thank you, Oral. Before we go, put the link in the room one more time. And I'm tired as hell, but I'm gonna give you 3 minutes, Judah Israel, to explain yourself, because see, obviously, I don't. You cannot possibly be a black man. Tell JJ to stop beating up white women. Let me say this first, right? Obviously, you listen to Saw Netta or Saw Simp or Saw Nigga, right? That's supposed to be a black news, meaning for black people and conscious people. And we know the history of the white woman, Becky, right? And the same one that lied on Emmett Till, and the same one that lied on another brother who bumped into her and they castrated him, right? Cut all his limbs off and burnt him to the stake, right? And all because of lies what some white woman said. And a black man that has a big audience let a white woman come on there and has a scratch on her neck and said that he broke her trachea, whatever you call it, in her throat with no evidence or doctor's report, right? Should JJ mess with that white woman? No, right? But we shouldn't mess with a Negro like you that takes a white woman's side automatically because she's white. Tell JJ to stop beating white women. Well, white women need they fucking ass beat, right? Okay, and I'm gonna tell you why I say that. For raping, lying, right, on our brothers and sisters, right? Whatever you reap, you shall fucking sow. It's FOPE over here. We don't give a damn about no white woman or anything like that, right? We not praying on harm for nobody. But did you read JJ doctor's report, right? Where she broke his goddamn cheekbone, fractured it in 3 places, and part of his nose. The doctor told him if he sneeze out your mouth, don't blow your nose. Where his hand was fractured, all because that white woman didn't want him to leave, where he was trying to find a place of residence because he was going through some shit. What about that? Did you see the restraining order that JJ had that he showed live, right? And he said that in the restraining order gave his real name, right? His YouTube name, JJ7000, right? And Jeremiah Judah, where she could not go on any platform, right? And talk about him, but she broke it because a black man in Saw Netta wanted to hate him so bad. And obviously you hate him, or it could it be you using an Israelite name, white woman? Talk about tell JJ stop beating white women. And by the way, you're not fucking white. How about that? You're not white. You're different shades of red, right? And you're hairy like a goddamn monkey. All right. So don't come on my platform. Even my brother may have a disagreement with me, but I'm going to always take my brother's side when it comes against any other goddamn nationality. Point blank, period. Right. And if you are a black man, like the Bible says, we're going to start with your black ass first. Right. Because you go up against any daughter or man of Zion, you're fucking out of here. Right. So Lehman Star, block his ass. You're finished. We don't deal with people like you. FOPE is for our people, edification, our people. So get your black ass out of here. How about that? So with that, I love it in a show like that. It's Qanath. All right? Take that and rub it up your ass. Shalom, Israel. Most High bless you. And death to all the haters of his people. And speak against him. All right? Y'all stay on the line. I'm in this shit. Shalom. Most High bless y'all, man.
Shalom.